Live from Afton, Wyoming, it's the 2023 Mountain States Stock Dog Association National Finals, presented by Nursery. What's inside counts.
Good morning for the 2023 Mountain States Stock Dog Association Finals here in beautiful, a little bit chilly this morning, Afton, Wyoming. We are currently having the nursery handler meeting in the Loyal Life Arena. Once they get done with that, we'll have the national anthem, and then we'll go right into the first dog. So we're excited to be here today. It's going to be a great day. It's not raining right now, so we're going to take that as a win. Still kind of muddy out in the arena, but we're super excited for this nursery class. These are all the dogs that are 2 years and younger, so super young dogs. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do today. So we'll be back shortly.
We use our dogs every day. You know, on the ranch, we run a lot of cattle here that would take 7 or 8 full-time cowboys, and we have no full-time cowboys. It's just me and my family and one hired guy.
What's so proudly revealed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure who that was that did the national anthem, but they did an amazing job. So we're just finishing up this handlers meeting. So today I'm joined by, who am I joined by? What's your name?
Cooper Hepworth.
Cooper Hepworth. He's going to be helping me this morning commentate. Are you excited to commentate?
Yeah.
Do you like coming to the dog finals?
Yes.
What's your favorite part?
The fair when they get the rides in the bouncy houses.
Oh, well, yeah, the rides won't be here for this.
I know that.
Yeah, but the bouncy house is on Saturday, huh?
Yeah.
The family day that they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are out there all day, huh? We never see you because you disappear.
I kind of want to commentate on Family Day though.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure you could come up and commentate with us. So you're going to help me with these
Okay.
nursery dogs today?
Sure.
Okay. So again, this is the nursery class. This is round 1 for them, the cattle. These are dogs, Cooper, that are 2 years and younger. So super young dogs, huh?
I've been to the dog trail every year.
You have, huh? Yep. So these dogs are super young. This course that's set up today, it's similar to what the open class did yesterday. There's a little bit of modifications here and there. So as we start, I'll kind of walk through it. But again, the obstacle course, they're all numbered, right?
Yep.
So what's number 1, Cooper? What's the very first thing they have to bring them through?
The corner.
No, not the corner, right here in the middle. What's this called? Do you remember what it's called? The fetch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have to bring them straight. So they'll call for their cattle. They'll bring them straight through to number 1, which is called the fetch. Then they're going to come down here to number 2. This number 2 obstacle is going to be very interesting because it's kind of a weave. So they have to bring them through, and I'm not quite sure. I'm assuming it's going to be this opening that's right
there.
Yep, that's pointing right towards us. That's the opening. The wider opening, they're not going to want them to go through, so they're going to have to block that, okay? So then we're going to come down to number 3. So number 3 on this obstacle, there's going to be high points and there's going to be low points. So on this number 3, we want them.
That one.
Yep, we want them to go out that left-hand side, not the one that's kind of straight up there in the corner. We want them to go through that left-hand side. They can go through the higher side. They'll just get low points, but they can retry that if they want so that they can get those high points. Then they're going to take them clear into that corner like you were talking about, and they're going to take them around that number 4. This one yesterday was kind of fun because it lined them up perfectly to come into 5 and 6. So if we go to 5 and 6 over here, this is going to be our last obstacle. So what they have to do in this one, so all 3 cattle have to be loaded into those chutes or into those panels for number 5. Then number 6, they have to sort them, and I'm not quite sure. We'll have to watch the first one. I didn't go out for the handlers meeting, but they'll have to sort them either 1, 1, 1 or 2 out one side, 1 out the other side. Yesterday it was you had to take 1 out this left side first, so I'm hoping that I think that's what they're probably going to do, but we'll find out. So super interesting. There will be 3 cows that they will have to work. I believe there are 15 points per head, so you want to get all 3 cows through all the obstacles for full points. This is going to be fun. These, like I said before, these are younger dogs, so we might see some, longer times, or we might see some short times. Who knows? These dogs are amazing. These handlers have done an awesome job on these, and like I said, they're younger than 2 years old, and for them to come out and be able to run a course like this, it's going to be fun to watch. Okay, so I will give you kind of a rundown as well today of what we have going on. It looks like today, so we're in the Loyal Life Arena, and this is going to be Nursery Cattle Round 1. In the Neutrina True Arena, we are going to have the Novice Cattle Round 1. So this is that beginner class of handlers. We've seen some fast times in these classes, and the Novice is such a fun one to watch, so if you want to jump on, you can watch that. I just found out, so YouTube, if you go to YouTube and you go to Mountain State Stock Dog Association, you can watch all of them, right? So all 3 arenas that we have running. We'll also have the Plaid Perks arena running with sheep today, and it's going to be intermediate sheep and open sheep. Do you like watching the sheep?
Yeah.
They're pretty fast, huh? They move a lot faster than the cattle do, don't they?
Good thing Dad was training.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what's going to be going on today. They kind of stagger the start time, so I'm not quite sure when the true arena will start or the Plaid Perks, but we'll give you updates as we go. But like I said before, we're in the Loyal Life Arena, and this is going to be the nursery class. So we'll get started here in just a second.
We use our dogs every day. On the ranch, we run a lot of cattle here that would take 7 or 8 full-time cowboys, and we have no full-time cowboys. It's just me and my family and 1 hired guy. These dogs come out and handle these cattle and pen these cattle. We move 500-600 in a group at a time with 1 or 2 dogs quietly. We breed and strive to breed working cattle and sheep dogs that are versatile enough and that have enough trainability and are biddable enough that you can work both stock with them. I think that we really focus on the health of our dogs. We health test all of our dogs. We really try to push to create the best dog with the best genetic background that we can, both health and pedigree wise. If you want to get a hold of us, go to milliron-sranch.com. You can get a hold of us. We'll always get back to you. If you have any questions about anything, it's not even about purchasing a dog, about a dog that you own that you need help with, please feel free to get a hold of us. Go to the website, milliron-sranch.com.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us. which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at nutrinaworld.com/loyallife. Nutrina, what's inside counts.
Hey everybody, it's Steve White with the Mountain State Stock Dog Association. Probably the number one question we get asked is why did we choose Afton, Wyoming as a spot to host our national finals? You know, we can be able to come here, it's cool days and cool nights. It's absolutely beautiful. The handlers love to come here. There's so many good places to eat. The women love to go shopping. They love everything about it. They can come walk up and down Main Street right from the fairgrounds. They don't have to get in their car. The recreation around here is great. They can go fishing. They get four-wheelers. They go riding up in the hills. Really what it comes down to, everybody, is we put on a great national finals here because this is a destination that everybody wants to come to. They save all their year worth of vacation just to be able to come here and spend 10 days worth of their life in Afton, Wyoming. We absolutely love it here and we look forward to coming back here every single year.
Welcome back to the Royal Life Arena.
Yes, we're starting with the nursery cattle, right? Who's up first?
Lincoln Rogers and his dog LR Chet.
Yes, this is going to be fun to watch, isn't it?
Yeah.
He had a good day. Lincoln, I know yesterday was in the open class, and he had some really fast times with his dogs. So we'll see what he can do with these younger dogs, right? So again, they will be working 3 head of cattle today. You want to get those 3 head of cattle through every obstacle. Yes.
What is that green thing doing?
Oh, he's looking at the monitor, so that just tells the sound and stuff. Okay, so he calls for his cattle, and Chet gets around him. So now he's going to work for the first obstacle, which is what, Cooper?
The fetcher.
The fetch. Yes, not the fetcher, the fetch. Some people might call it the fetcher, though.
I was going to make you laugh.
Yeah, because sometimes it's hard, but he gets them through and headed right for the fetch. Yep. So again, we want all 3 to go through that. Now, yesterday we seen this where we had a couple people tie with their times, and so it goes down to when that happens, when they have the same time, then we go to what's called their tie time, and that's how fast did they get their cattle
or
through the fetch.
tiebreaker.
Yeah, so it's their tiebreaker, right? He gets them right into this number 2 nicely. So again, there's 2 openings on this, so we want them to go right where they're going, and they're going to face us as they come out. He ran through that super nice. That was a quick number 2. He's already
1
done.
minute down.
1 minute down, right? He's cruising through this course. So this number 3, as you can see on this number 3, if we zoom out a
There's
little
high
bit.
points and low points.
Yes, but I think today they're wanting him to go through not the left-hand side. They're going to go through that straight ahead of us. Yeah, they switched it. Okay. So you can see right there on the panel, there's that pink tape. That's where we want them to go through on this number 3 today. And he does
That's
a great
where they
job.
go in. That's where they go out.
Yes, yep. And so now he's headed to this number 4. And this one's a smooth transition. I think it's going to be good today. We'll see this with those nursery dogs. It lines them
They
up.
just walk right past it.
Yes. Now what are they headed to?
5.
5. And what's 5? What do they got to do at 5?
They have to go in the corner.
Yep, they have to go in. And so every cattle has to be in there before he can start sorting. And I'm not quite sure on the sort, so we're going to see how he sorts them. I want to say it's going to be 1 out one side. So, yeah, we need to see what. And I jinxed us, Cooper. I said it wasn't raining. And guess what?
It is.
It's raining now. Okay, so he's working on getting. So, yep, he gets 1 out. And then.
Good thing we are in here.
Yes, it is a good thing we're under the grandstands, huh? Okay, so that was a time for him. So he's going to get full points.
2:30.
Yep, that's unofficially. Let's listen and see what they tell us on the time from the crow's nest. Great job. That was a great run for Lincoln Rogers and LR Chet. Up next, we're going to have
Bowser and RB Creek.
Cheek.
Cheek.
2:28. Fast time.
Woo!
Fast time. So,
Oh my, it's just burning.
yes. So yeah, it's starting to come down just like it did yesterday in the morning. So it's going to get a little crazy here. We want to thank XP Ranch Stock Dog.
Training clinics,
yes.
raising the bar to the next level.
Yes, it's Kent and Lori Herbal, and Lori's here taking pictures. Kent's here taking care of the sheep. He does a great job. I was over there yesterday as they were putting them out onto pasture after we got done running them. They do so much for the finals. We're super grateful for them. If you want to visit them at xpranch.com, you can see all of their information on their training clinics, their photography. I know Lori takes about 6,000 pictures when she's here during the finals, so you can jump on there and see all of their pictures. You can order prints if you want. If you're here and you have a dog that you would like to have photographed, you can get in touch with Lori and she can get you all signed up for that. Super cool. We've done that before in the past, and we have got some awesome pictures of the dogs that we ran. She does a great job.
And next up,
Yep, we have Bo, Sir, and who? Who's his dog?
RB Check.
Cheek. Yes. So let's see what he's going to do.
It's like check.
So this is something.
Get confused.
Yes, this is something with these nursery dogs, is to make sure that they know where the cattle are coming from, because sometimes they can get confused where they're the young dogs and they're not knowing where they're coming from. But Cheek sees them, so he's going to go gather them up and start for that number one.
He runs as far as a young dog
Yes, so he gets behind him.
and takes the cattle to number one.
Yes. So, and I
The
think
fetch.
it'll be interesting to see, Cooper, these handlers, if they're using whistles with these young dogs or they're using voice commands with the young dogs. So we'll see what they do. I know as the dogs get a little bit older, we talked about this yesterday, you transition them. A lot of people transition from voice commands to whistles, but we'll see what they do. Do you remember, Cooper, if you want the dog to go right, what do we tell him? If we want him to go clockwise, what's the command? Do you remember?
Huh?
It starts with a C. Do you remember? Is it come by?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people use come by if they want them to go clockwise. What if we want them to go counterclockwise? What do we tell them? Is it away?
Yes.
Yes, away. So there's directions on that. So clockwise is usually come by or away, or some people say, I can't remember the other ones. That's the ones we use. I know our daughter Cashley uses left and right with her dog, so some people use left and right commands.
You can have one.
So Cheek is just working on getting him lined up to this fetch. Gets him through number one and is headed to two. That red cow's kind of wanting to turn and go behind Bo. So he's going to kind of gather that one up. They decided to take a detour through 6, and he's going to get him. So this angle where they're at, this could be tricky today, because the angle where the opening is, he's going to kind of have to wrap them around a little bit to be able to let them see that opening for 2. So we'll see how he does this. But Cheek's doing a great job of keeping calm and just working them. It's a little bit harder when they get a little bit separated and you have one that's kind of wanting to go its own way. So he's going to send Cheek around. Yeah, this is kind of a tough spot, because as you're coming through that fetch, you kind of want to keep them in that straight line so that they can see into that number 2. Man, Cooper, it is raining now, isn't it?
Yeah. I can hear it on the vocalism.
Yeah, you can, huh? So he still has that third one that's kind of in the back. He's camouflaged in the back, so he's not really wanting to move up, but Cheek gets him to go.
He's not really camouflaged.
I couldn't really see him.
I saw his own
Okay.
stats.
Oh, he overflanks just a little bit. Again, we need to remember that these are young dogs, so they're still learning, and that cow seemed like it was getting out ahead of him, so he was just going to put a stop to that and bring him back to Bo. And I believe he's going to have to Yeah, he's going to have to get that red cow to come. So that's a good point to talk about. So where that red cow kind of went through and then came out, I believe he is going to have to reload them. That's called a dirty. So he's going to have to reload all 3 of those.
And start again.
I believe. But where that red cow didn't come all the way out, he might not have to. So we'll see what he does. So you have 2 openings. These dogs have a choice to go, or the cows have a choice to either go high or low, but we want them to go to that opening facing us. And the handler, Cooper, the handler cannot walk in those obstacles, can he?
Yeah, he could get trampled.
Yeah, he can get trampled, but it's also part of the rules is they cannot walk into those obstacles. So he's got to stay on the outside and kind of help his dog where he can. So Cheeks, they're just kind of wanting to ball up.
Because it's so cold outside.
I agree. I don't think it's raining. If I was them, I wouldn't want to move very well either.
Good thing we have a heater.
So what time are we sitting at, Cooper?
4:31.
Yep, unofficially a 4:31. So we're going to... Great job. Gets him through there. Okay, so he didn't have to reload those. So I was mistaken. Okay, so he's headed to number 3.
He's standing at 5 minutes against it.
4:55, and I believe this is a 6-minute time limit. So if he gets to 6 minutes, then he'll just however many points he gets for completing. So he's completed 2 obstacles.
And he needs
so let's see how good
4 more.
Yep, so let's see how good your math is, Cooper. So each cow's worth 15 points. So what's 15 times 3? 15 and 15 is what? 15 plus 15 is...
Oh.
Is it 30?
Yeah.
And then what's 30 plus 15?
I don't know.
Okay, 30 plus 15 is 45.
I'm good at times. I
Yes,
don't know my
okay. So each
additions.
obstacle, so each cow is worth 15 points. Each obstacle is worth 45 points if he gets those 3 cows through. So now he's completed 3 of those obstacles. So now he's going to go to that number 4. He's a little short on time, so I was going to say, so he gets to 6 minutes, and we'll see how much time or how many points he gets. But great job for Bo. They kind of got balled up here in this number 2. Like Cooper said, it's raining. Those cattle might not want to move as smoothly as what they would if it's sunny, I think. I agree with that whole. So
it's better if it's sunny than it's raining.
Yeah, they're just kind of not wanting to go anywhere. But great job for him. We'll get how many points he gets.
Oh, he's in 2nd place.
Yes. So up next, we're gonna have who?
Mike Thompson and his dog Nap.
Yes, he will be up next.
Nap.
Yep. And we want to say thank you, a huge thank you to our cattle setters. Holy cow, they're busy. They're out here on in the rain on their horses.
Wholesome Nutrition.
Yes, Nutrina, huh? They're a big sponsor. We had Kylie on here yesterday, and she kind of talked about the lines that they have. She's enjoying her time up here. I got to talk to her a little bit yesterday, and she kept saying how beautiful it is up here and how excited she was to be here. So huge thank you to Nutrina. We'll try to get her up here again so she can talk to us later today. Also, we want to thank Got Dog LLC. This is Jeannie Biggers. We watched her yesterday run in the open class. She's a director here for the MSSA finals, and man, does she do a lot. We're so grateful for her and for all that she does. You can visit her at gotdogllc.com.
But we know it's not Sherry.
Okay, so up next, we have, who's coming out right now, Cooper?
Mike Thompson as his dog Nap.
Yep, and he is from Hobbs, New Mexico. It was interesting yesterday, we were looking at what people were choosing to wear out into the arena. Muck boots or cowboy boots? What would you wear, Cooper?
Probably both.
You would wear both right now when it's so muddy? What would you wear?
Muck boots or cow boots?
Oh, yeah. I think if you wore cowboy boots, you would be soaked.
I already am wearing cowboy boots.
You are, but we're up here in the nice dry arena, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the cold.
So Mike sends Nap out on a come by to get behind those cattle and send them for this first obstacle, which is the
Fetch.
yes, the fetch.
Er.
So yeah, just putting enough pressure on to keep those cattle moving. Again, with young dogs, sometimes those cattle are a little bit more prone to kind of test them a little bit to see. They don't really, might not have the respect for those younger dogs, but Nap's doing a great job. Gets him through number 1. So headed for 2. Again, between that 2 and the 5 and 6 obstacle, there's a pretty big space in between, and either on this side too. So those cattle need a little bit more direction to get them lined up to go into that 2. And that head cow is going to put its nose in, and they're going to head right in. So as they come through this, again, you got to block that lower hole.
I had to cough.
Yep. We want to block that lower hole so they don't go out that lower way. And this is where your dog is going to do a little bit of rail work because, again, you can't step in that obstacle. So that's one's wanting to go through.
But she can't.
Yep, but Nap got him turned around, huh? So that the first 2 are going to head through, and hopefully that third one will just follow. Great job. And there's an opening oh, no, there isn't one right there. Kind of looks like it, but that's the opening where they go through. So great job through 2. He's sitting at 1:50, so doing a great job. So now where are they headed to?
Number 3,
Yep, and where do we want them to go out on number 3?
where the pink tape is.
Yep, we want them to go through the pink tape, huh?
Yep.
So yesterday they were going through the left-hand side, and now today they're going to have them go through the,
Right hand.
yep.
That'd be confusing if you had to go through the left-hand side, then the other day you had to go through the
Right, and there is some
side.
handlers that ran yesterday in the open that did that, and so now, yeah, today they're having to go through the other hole, so that could get confusing, huh?
Yeah.
That one lead cow wants to sneak through that left-hand side, but Nap gets it through, so he's going to circle around him.
Or not.
I think he's going to reload him is what he's doing.
Yep,
Okay.
he is.
Yep, because that one went out that left-hand side, which we didn't want, so he had to reload him. So nice, fast transition to get those back out of that obstacle.
He's
and
standing at
reloaded.
3 minutes.
Awesome. And gets him through there nicely.
Now he's heading to number 4.
Yes.
And I bet after this rain's gone, it'll be a nice sunny day.
Oh, that's what we're hoping for, huh? Yesterday it turned out beautiful towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
It stopped raining and it got warm. So I guess we'll take it. If it's a little bit cooler in the mornings, that's okay. Because if it makes it a nice, beautiful afternoon, we'll take it, huh?
Yeah.
If you guys are close to Afton and you want to come down today, you come down. It's all free. You can come sit in the grandstands. You can get some lunch. There's some vendors out there. There's a 4-H. Or you can come down this morning. The 4-H group has breakfast burritos. Oh, you didn't get breakfast. We'll have to take care of that, huh?
Can I get a breakfast burrito?
You were still snoozing this morning when we were getting ready to go. But
Yeah.
you can come down. Like I said, you can catch some of these dog trials. There's also going to be a booth set up with some clothing and some MSSA stuff that you can buy. So if you'd like to do that. So Cooper, he gets them through 4 with no problem. So he's headed to 5.
And if you head to the clothing booth, you can buy geodes for 10.
Oh, okay. I did not know they had geodes for 10, but okay.
Me and my sister Brinley found those.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he gets him into 5. So we learned, so he has to take one towards that further side. He has to get one cow out that way. And then the other 2 are going to come out right here to this opening that's facing us is where we want the other 2. And his time will stop as soon as that last cow goes through. So he...
4:39.
Yes, and he gets full points because he completed the whole thing. And we'll listen. We have the unofficial time down here.
So Mike Thompson
4,
speaks
3,
Spanish.
So, yep, up next we have Joni Tejan and Edge. Joni's one that I really enjoy watching. She does a great job with these dogs. And I believe she has a couple in this nursery class, so this will be fun to see how she can do. yeah, if you can see on the screen, there's our run order of who's going to be coming up next. Super grateful for SVI Media and all that they do. They are behind the scenes. They make sure that we have all this up and running, and we can bug them with our questions, and they do such a great job.
Had to cough.
Okay, so we have Joni Tejan, and what's her dog?
Edge.
Edge, yep. And she's from Wyoming. She's from Clearmont, Wyoming.
I saw her standing by number 2.
Did you? So she calls for her cattle, and she has them lined up very quickly to come through number 1, the fetch.
Yeah, she has a great 15-second start.
That's a pretty fast fetch, isn't it?
Yeah.
So now she's going to head him to 2. So Joni is using whistle. So,
Which is great because she doesn't have to use voice vocalism.
yes. Because what I've learned, Cooper, is your emotion says a lot. And so when you're giving them commands and you're hyped up, that and sometimes the dog gets hyped up. So whistles are a great way to go to kind of keep the dogs calm.
And never hyped up.
Yep.
Sometimes.
So she gets him into 2.
And
So now she's going to
Edge
have...
is trying to get them through the gate.
Yep, she has that one back one that's just kind of hanging off a little bit. So again, this is great rail work right here for these dogs, just to figure out. You have a couple openings that they can go through, and there you go. Just kind of got in front of that one so he couldn't go, but oh shoot, snuck out the wrong side. So what does she's got to do now?
Reload them.
Yep, she does have to reload them. So she'll bring them back around to 2. Just got a little bit ahead of them. Again, these are young dogs, so this is just great experience for them. They're getting their first taste, so it's
Of
such
the
a good, yes. And if you
Of
guys,
the Royal Life Arena.
yes. And also, so Wednesday, tomorrow, we're going to have the Futurity, which the Futurity is the dogs that this is their first time trialing. So they sign them up before they even go to their first trial. And those dogs, it's going to be awesome to watch those too. The Nursery and the Futurity, they're super fun to watch just to see the potential of these dogs. There she goes. Nice. That was very good. So sometimes you can get frustrated because you do have to reload them, but you know what? That was a great reload, and it didn't take her very long to get them through 2.
She's at a great 2 minutes.
Yep, she's at 2 minutes.
15 seconds.
Okay, so she's headed into 3, and again, we don't want him. She's going to, yep, she circles Edge around to keep him off that hole right there. Heads him through 3 nicely. And they get on a nice trot. You can make up a lot of time between this 3 and 4. It's a big opening, and those cattle kind of want to get out and trot. And so if you can keep that controlled trot, you can make up some of those seconds that she had to use for that number 2 to reload them and get them going in. So this is great that she made up some time, and now she's going to head him straight for 5.
Joni is doing a great job with her dog.
She really is.
She's just stood there the whole time.
Yes.
And she still commands them.
Gets him in, that last one. Okay, so now she's got to sort 1 to that back side.
1.
Yep, only 1 can come out that way. And then the other 2 need to come out this way.
Okay, she didn't go into the arena.
Nice job. She'll get full points and a fast time. Unofficially, what?
3 minutes, 29.
Oh, that one was right on. That's a 3:29. We want to thank JB Waterwell Service and Drilling. They do
New construction and water treatment.
Yep, and you can visit them at what?
jbwaterwell.com.
Very cool.
And if you want to call them, just answer their phone number, 405.388 8.2246.
Very good. Thank you to them. They're a sponsor for this year's 2023 finals, and thank you to them.
How many sponsors are there?
There's a lot of them. We'll see them as they come through. We do these little ads, so we'll get to talk about all of them.
My favorite one was the Steve White.
The Steve White ad, yes, that one's a great one, huh? With the Longhorns and all your friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to their house.
Oh, okay. Okay, so up next we have Sarah Venegas and SLV
Pote.
Yep, Pote. We'll call him Pote. Sorry if we got it wrong.
I'm just going to call him Pote.
Pote, okay.
That's a great name.
Yep, so she's out of Haines, Oregon. So I feel like she's used to the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
this
rains
is-
a lot there.
Yeah. So she calls for her cattle. Oh, he sees them and he's headed out on a come by.
Yeah. He's as fast as Cashley Hepworth's dog.
Oh, really? That's a fast dog, huh?
Yeah.
Very cool. So those cattle not quite wanting to move. They're just kind of standing there. So he's going to get behind him and start pushing him towards number one.
He has to get them running to get them through the fetch.
Yep, but they're moving at a nice walk. So,
That's great.
and they're taking the pressure well. So,
And they don't bother. They're not being bothered by the rain.
yep. Gets around him. They were kind of headed towards this side of the arena, but gets him around that and through one. No problem. Okay, she's headed to this number two.
Which was difficult for the last two contestants.
It was. So we'll see what she does with this, huh? Again, that's a big area that the dog has to cover. There's those two openings, and it's kind of a tight corner that they have to come around to come through that correct opening. So, and if you get too far ahead, they're going to want to turn back to the opening that they just came through. So this is definitely a team effort at this one.
She's already got 1 minute 22 seconds.
Yes, but they did a great job.
They're
Gets
starting
them through. Yep,
starting their nice little walk again.
yep. Headed to where?
Number 3.
Very good. Again, these cattle, Cooper, they're just on a nice walk. They're taking the pressure well. They're staying together. Pote's doing a great job of keeping them together. They're wanting to slip past 3, but they're looking towards this way. So there is a gap on this side closest to us where the black tarp is. So they can slip through there too. And all it takes is their nose. I mean, if their nose is right there and they're wanting to go that way, he overflanks just a little bit to kind of turn it back towards this way. So,
She's getting
but that
hyped up.
opening, that left, there you go.
She's getting hyped up. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, just got overflanked him a little bit, but got him turned great and got him through that.
Yep.
So a little bobble there, but not too bad. So now she's headed to 4. See, and again, they get on just a little trot. So for these younger dogs, when they start getting out in front of them, they're wanting to get around and to turn them. It's just what they're, it's their instinct to do. And so sometimes you just have to correct that a little bit and get them back behind so that we can push them there.
Dogs live to work cattle.
They do, huh?
Yeah.
This is like the Olympics for them, isn't it?
Yeah. But the Olympics doesn't have this.
They don't. Maybe they should have this. I
Yeah.
think they should make
Yeah,
this an Olympic sport, huh?
Yeah. All cowboys and cowgirls can join.
Yes. So she has one that slipped kind of through those panels, but gets them back together, so headed to 5. What time is she sitting at, Cooper?
3:25.
Nice. So still plenty of time. There's a 6-minute time limit, so she has plenty of time to get him in there. Again, where this is round 1, it's probably a good thing just to go for, even if you have maybe not such a quick time, but full points and a run, because that's going to help you get into that top 20 for the finals on Friday and Saturday. Nice block, and she gets him out, so she'll get full points. And unofficially a time of
3 minutes 48 seconds.
Ooh, yeah, we're right on time today. So 3:48. Okay, who's up next?
Dennis Bisnet,
Nope.
Frankie Oscoda
Acosta.
and ZC
Yep.
slash S4 Gus.
Very good. So he will be our next handler up.
That was a confusing name.
If you want to jump on Apex Ranch Legends Stock Dog Sales, they're having their summer auction. It's June 22nd through the 24th. Bidding starts at 8 a.m. on the 22nd of June.
Contact us.
Bid ends at 7 p.m. on the 24th of June. If you want to hop onto their website, it's apexranchlegends.com. I believe they have 5 dogs in that cell. We watched one yesterday in the open. Chance Horrocks has a dog named Reba. Super fun dog to watch. I mean, man, if you want to go back and see what she can do, great run yesterday. She's available to bid on. So if you're thinking that you need another dog or you want to start out, that would be a great dog to look at. So visit them at apexranchlegends.com. Okay, Frankie is up with Gus. I like the name Gus for a dog.
Yeah, but ZC slash
it's for
S4.
Gus. Yep.
It's
So-
kind of a confusing
So Cooper,
name.
what's a good name for a dog, do you think?
Cowboy.
Cowboy, that was a good name, huh?
Yeah.
We had a dog named Cowboy. So if you could name a dog anything, what would you name it?
Dogman.
Dogman. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's a good name for a dog. Maybe the next one, because I'm sure there's going to be a next one we get. We'll name him Dogman, just for you. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay.
And he's going to be my dog?
Sure, he can be your dog. Okay, so we have
And I
Gus.
think Ranch Legends have some merch on there.
Oh, they might. I don't know for sure. Okay, so Gus gets him through there nicely through the fetch, and he's headed to 2. Again, we've seen some fast times. Right now, Lincoln is sitting at a 2:28. He's on the leaderboard, but we also have a 3:29 and a 3:45. So, I mean, we had a lot of open handlers yesterday that were getting the 3-minute mark. So these nursery dogs are holding their own so far. So they're kind of wanting to stick up a little bit.
Gus was creeping up toward them.
Yep. They were kind of balled up there in the opening, huh? They didn't know if they wanted to go or not, but
they're freaked out by the dog. They just want to get moved to places.
Yep. But they're staying pretty calm. They're taking well to that pressure of Gus, huh?
Yeah.
So Gus is going to get around him, and Frankie's going to walk over here and kind of help block this. So he has Gus behind him.
But if he passes the pole, he's in the arena.
Yeah, so this is where it could get interesting, because if one of those decides that they want to go back out through that opening that they came in, that could be a possibility. But Gus is
Then he
doing a
has
great
to
job of
reload
holding them.
Oh no.
Yeah,
There's
they're
two
kind of like,
going
oh,
out.
that first one is going. Oh, Frankie's going to walk. He's going to sneak up there and kind of help put pressure on him, huh?
And Gus is trying to get them through the front hole.
Yep, gets him through nicely.
Now he's going to number 3.
Very good. And he's at a 2:04 right now, so again, they're not moving fast, but they're taking well to the pressure, so they're moving, and
If
he's
he
able to
moves-
kind of correct when he needs to get him in that direction. They're taking direction really well from Gus.
If Gus moves fast, they will probably move slow or fast.
Yep, we'll see what happens as they come out of this third one, huh?
Yep.
Because a lot of them have been going on a trot, so we'll see what happens. Now they're looking at that left-hand side, but we don't want them to go that way, do we?
We want them to go through the right hand.
Yep, we want them to go
Gus
through that
Gus has to get around that panda cow.
Yep, it does look like a panda cow, huh?
Yeah. Has a white face and a black body.
Yep, it could be. Maybe it's named Panda.
Yeah.
Okay, gets him through 3. No bobble there, so he's headed to 4.
Which is going to be a great time limit for his dog.
Yep, what's his time that he's sitting at?
3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Nice. So yeah, still plenty of time. Again, these ones aren't really moving super fast, but Gus is doing a great job of just moving them where they need to go. Again, they're taking his pressure great and his direction that he's pushing them, so he's doing a really great job. Gets him through 4.
Now he's heading to number 5.
Yep. What's our time?
3 minutes 53 seconds.
Yeah.
He still has enough time. He has 2 minutes to get them.
Yep. And again, it's not going to be the fastest run, but like I said, a great
good.
group of cattle. They're moving. They're giving into Gus.
And
And
Gus is having a great time.
I think he is too.
Oh,
There he gives him just a little bit of pressure, to get him moving. Gus, I think, was getting a little impatient that they were moving so slow, but
he
it
almost
worked
got
out.
kicked.
It worked out for his favor. They're fast at getting around him. They know what they're doing. Okay, so 1 out that backside. Frankie's going to step up and then bring those other 2 out this side.
And Gus,
And something you got to remember, too, is you have that opening they just came into. So to keep them, you want to turn them and get them into this where they're going. Okay,
And
gets
that
them
was a
through.
great-
That was a great run, huh?
yes, by Frankie Oscada and his dog.
Acosta.
I can't say it.
That's okay. Frankie Acosta and his dog, Gus.
Z.
Let's see what his full time is.
For Gus.
4:44. Great run.
Yeah.
Again, where it's the first round, you're wanting just to complete the course with full points. So
Can I go get this food?
as the, yeah, we'll let it go. Huh?
Time for Dennis Bisnet and his dog LB3 Beverly. I was looking at the TV screen.
There we go. They're out of Wilton, California.
Which is a great state to live.
You think so?
Yeah. It has sunny beaches
Yeah.
and it almost never rains there.
Well, I think it rains there.
No.
But it's probably not near as cold as it is
All right,
here.
we're gonna hold it till the intermediate hand readings is
Oh,
over.
okay. So it looks like we're going to take a little break. We're going to go so that they can have the intermediate handler meeting down in the sheep arena. So we will be back shortly.
From playful pups to cuddly kittens, Loyal Life Super Premium Pet Food makes it easy to choose the product that's just right for your pet's life stage. Every pet has their own special nutritional needs, and we've got the super premium option your family's best friend deserves. Making sure your pets get the nutrition they need to live long, happy lives? That's what we do best. With our special blends of quality ingredients, you can count on us for the pets counting on you. After all, being the best pet parent ever is what you do best.
We use our dogs every day. You know, on the ranch, we run a lot of cattle here that would take 7 or 8 full-time cowboys, and we have no full-time cowboys. It's just me and my family and one hired guy. These dogs come out and handle these cattle and pen these cattle. We move 500-600 in a group at a time with 1 or 2 dogs quietly. We breed and strive to breed working cattle and sheep dogs that are versatile enough and that have enough trainability and are biddable enough that you can work both stock with them. I think that we really focus on the health of our dogs. We health test all of our dogs. We really try to push to create the best dog with the best genetic background that we can, both health and pedigree wise. If you want to get a hold of us, go to milliron-sranch.com. You can get a hold of us. We'll always get back to you. If you have any questions about anything, it's not even about purchasing a dog, about a dog that you own that you need help with, please feel free to get a hold of us. Go to the website, milliron-sranch.com.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at nutrinaworld.com/loyallife. Nutrina, what's inside count.
Hey everybody, it's Steve White with the Mountain State Stock Dog Association. Probably the number one question we get asked is why did we choose Afton, Wyoming as a spot to host our national finals? You know, we can be able to come here. It's cool days and cool nights. It's absolutely beautiful. The handlers love to come here. There's so many good places to eat. The women love to go shopping. They love everything about it. They can come walk up and down Main Street right from the fairgrounds. They don't have to get in their car. The recreation around here is great. They can go fishing. They get four-wheelers. They go riding up in the hills. Really what it comes down to, everybody, is we put on a great national finals here because this is a destination that everybody wants to come to. They save all their year worth of vacation just to be able to come here and spend 10 days worth of their life in Afton, Wyoming. We absolutely love it here and we look forward to coming back here every single year.
Okay, we are back again. Thank you for being patient. We have handlers meetings going on right now. So the intermediate intermediate sheep is happening down in the Plaid Perks Arena. So you can jump on to our website, the Facebook page as well, Mountain State Stock Dog Association, and you can get the link to that if you want to jump back and forth. We have Dennis Bisnet and LB3 Beverly. Nice outrun. He's going to go gather those cattle to come to this number 1. So if you're in Afton and you're wanting to come down and look at some merchandise that we have, you can actually go to the Civic Center. They have it all set up in there. So if you're wanting to come buy some shirts or sweatshirts, they have some coats. Lots of fun stuff in there. So if you want to come down, and then you can come over and sit under the grandstands and watch some cattle, the sheep. You can go down there as well and watch that. So gets him through the fetch nicely. He's going to head to this 2. Great job. Just smooth entrance into 2. That was awesome. And again, they're kind of wanting to go for that opening. But Beverly gets around him and gets him back. So Dennis is going to step forward so that they don't try to come back through that one. Just trying to direct him to the correct opening that we want him to go. There's one that got stuck behind this. Yeah, this might not be. Oh, shoot. That's what I was wondering it was going to do. So he will have to reload those. So sometimes when you get that last, you have one cow in there, they're looking for any opening, especially if they like to stay with that herd. So he'll have to bring them back down. But again, Beverly can handle this. She'll just bring him back down to that 2. There's a lot of little things that when you get him into an obstacle like that you kind of have to factor in. And keeping them together, I think, is one thing that's going to help you out today, is just because, as we just seen, you get one in there and they're just going to look for whatever opening they can to get out. So just working on getting them back to 2. Again, today, as I was saying before, we have the nursery cattle going on in the Loyal Life Arena. The intermediate sheep round just started. Round 1 started in the Neutrina Plaid Perks Arena. That will be followed by the Open Sheep Arena. And then the novice cattle will be starting in the Neutrina True Arena. I'm not quite sure when. I'm sure we'll possibly pause for a handler meeting so then we can get you that information. So we'll have 3 arenas running again today. 1 sheep and 2 cattle. So you can jump on and you can watch all of them. You can also go to YouTube and look up Mountain State Stock Dog Association, and you can watch them all there as well live. And you can go back after this event is done, and if you want to rewatch them again, you can. So he just had that 3rd one sneak out that other opening again, so he's going to reload them again. This is where sometimes it can get tricky because those cattle, they've already been in there before. They've already gone out that other opening, and so it's a little bit trickier to get them back in that opening.
Okay.
Cooper's back. He had to get some breakfast, huh?
A breakfast burrito.
Yep, we got you one and you're good to go.
Yep.
So yeah, he's just working on getting him back into this 2.
He's doing a great job with a good 3 minutes on his hands.
Yep. So again, they're coming right for that. See how they know that opening's there now. So he's going to have to reload them again. This one is going to test the dogs, this obstacle. There's a lot of openings. That's kind of a smooth transition as they're coming into that opening. That's this exit right here is where they're wanting to go. So gets him out. Beverly's going to go back around him. The good thing is they're not traveling too far away.
Dennis was hanging out in the Royal Life Arena ever since they got to the sheep arena.
Yep. So yeah, we're in the Neutrina Loyal Life Arena, aren't we?
Yep.
Okay, so he's going to load him again. He's going to work on getting him.
Neutrina is our biggest sponsor this year.
They are our biggest sponsor, and we're so grateful for them.
For all the cup holders.
Yeah, there was cup holders on that we got
Yeah.
in the handler bag. So yeah, a little bit of swag there, but we couldn't do this without them. Again, we have Kylie, the rep. She will be here today. If you have any questions, you can come down and talk to her.
Woo!
Okay, so now, so now Dennis is going to kind of come up here and help. There you go. Beverly just put just enough pressure on to get those cattle turned. Great job. That did eat up some time, but he got it done. So now he's headed to that number 3. 3 and 4 can go pretty fast if they get on a trot, huh?
Yeah.
So if he can get them lined out, they can go pretty fast.
And he can finish it with a great five minutes of guessing.
That one stinking cow just snuck past, but Beverly was on top of it. She's seen it, so she's gonna.
Oh, it's not that hot anymore.
Your hot chocolate. Yep. Who would have thought in June that hot chocolate would be something that we. Beverly just wants to get ahead of him, but Dennis catches her and sends her back. Okay, so she gets that. So he's sitting at about a 5:38, so not a whole lot of time, but at this point just trying to complete as many as he can.
If he gets to 6, that will be a great time for him and his dog.
Very good, yep.
He's going to get to 6 minutes 24.
Yep, so now he's just trying to get Beverly kind of overflanked and got in front of him. Yeah. So still super impressive. He completes 3 out of the 6. Almost had the 4th one done.
He was so close.
He was so close.
Big thanks
135 points. Oh, go ahead.
Big thanks to our sponsor, XP Ranch Photography, professional stock dog photography since 1991.
Yep, you can visit him at
www.xpranch.photography.com.
Yep, or you can visit on Facebook, XP Ranch Photography. I know on their Facebook page, they've got some cool pictures before the finals even started of when the sheep were here. There's one on there that
has merch.
I'm sure they probably do. There's one picture that they have on there that it's pretty amazing. Somebody commented and said it looked like a painting. I think they need to get that one printed out for sure of the sheep out here. It's all this rain. I know I complained about the rain, but man, has it made things green and pretty here. And they got a shot when the sun was out a little bit, and it's a pretty cool picture.
Yesterday was the greatest day of June.
Why is that?
Because it was just rained for this morning, then at the afternoon, it was sunny.
It did get sunny, huh? So it looks like up next we're going to have Zach Brady.
And his dog, Daybell's Ranger.
Yep, and he's out of Blackfoot, Idaho, so not too far away. Cooper, did you know what state do you think we have the most handlers from?
Wyoming.
No.
Wait, Idaho Falls.
No.
Idaho.
No. So.
Wisconsin.
Ooh, that's a good guess. No, the number 1 state with the most handlers here is California.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the biggest state.
It's not the biggest state, but that's the most handlers are here from California. But Idaho, Wyoming, and Utah, we all tied for 3rd place. So we all have the same amount. So.
Oh, wow.
Pretty cool. Okay. So Zach is making sure Ranger can see. And again, this is something with these younger dogs. Kind of their inexperience. They just being able to see where the cattle are at. There he sees them. Oh, no. He still hasn't seen them, but they're headed towards the fetch.
Daybell's Ranger is trying to get the cattle.
Go. Yep. It was nice.
Bringing them to number 1, the fetch.
Yep. It was nice that those cattle were moving so that Ranger could see them.
The fetcher.
We're going to call him the fetcher now?
Yeah.
No, it's the fetch. So
why can't we call it the fetcher?
He has one that's stuck behind that number 4 panel. So Ranger's going to work on getting him back together. The good thing is those other 2 are wanting to stand there. So he's just going to get them lined out with number 1.
Trying to get them through the fetch, then he's heading to number 2.
Yep, that is right.
I think there's some ice on there.
It kind of looks like it, huh? It's muddy. It's muddy and cold, huh? We have our little heater again today to keep our legs warm, and Cooper got some hot chocolate, so.
Which is very hot.
Yes.
Well, kind of hot.
But it's keeping your hands warm, huh?
Whoa.
So they're just not wanting to go to that number 2.
Because they think it's impossible.
They might do, huh?
Just seeing if it works.
Okay, he has them seeing that opening. There we go. And again, you have this, you want him to kind of curl around there, and so he's going to have to come back through and
Reload them.
yep. Well, he just took him in a circle, so that was good.
But he still has to reload.
Yep, he still has to reload. So now on this time, you know that they're probably going to be going for that opening that they just came through. So he might have to send Ranger, or Zach might have to step over and kind of block that, because more than likely those cattle are going to try to go through there again because they already went through there once. So he's going to have to send them fast. Yep. There he goes. He gets them. Oh, that red one snuck past him. So we got to reload him again. So this is where those cattle are used to going through that. So maybe switching it up and maybe standing over there, or sending the dog a little bit earlier.
He has to get the red cow before the two black cows.
So this is where it gets a little interesting. We've seen this yesterday where they get separated, and sometimes it's easier to bring those two cows. Down here they're seeing that red cow and they're going to bring it. Sometimes it's easier to bring the two cows to the one than trying to get that one cow that's he's on his own agenda, so to bring him back. But Ranger's
Daybell is creeping up on the red cow.
Yep.
Looks like they're getting in the fight.
So yeah, so those other two cows are looking at him, so hopefully they'll kind of combine back together, and we'll see what he can do. The other two are just kind of hanging out in the middle, which is great, but
they're just watching the action.
Yeah, but it might be good to come back and get, because these two cows seem like they're pretty easygoing, easy to move, so it might be easier to bring them to that red one. But we'll see what Zach and Ranger decide to do.
Great 3 minutes in.
Yep, what's our time?
3 minutes, 51 seconds.
Awesome.
What?
Okay, so he's just going to keep working on that red cow to see if we can get him down here.
And get them back through number 2.
Yes, so tomorrow night, if you guys are around Afton, the MSSA has a scholarship program, which is super cool. Kids can put in an application to receive scholarships to help to further their education. They also help, the MSSA also helps the 4-H program around here. I know last year they took some of the money from the scholarship auction and helped put some more fans in the pig barn here at our local fairgrounds. Super awesome event. It's open to the public. I believe it starts at 6:30. So if you're wanting to come down and look at, it'll be at the community booth, or the community building that we have here.
Which
such cool, yeah, they have such cool items up for auction, huh?
And if you want to go to the fun zone, remember, you have to set up an appointment.
Yes, the fun zone. Yep, that one's fun too. So this red cow, Cooper, it's just really not wanting to come back down here. It's not really caring about those other two cows. So he's going to keep working. What's our time at, Cooper?
5 minutes, 9 seconds.
Yeah. So not a lot of time, but some time left to do it. So yeah, this red cow is just not really wanting to
go.
The hard part is you have the cattle that are right behind that loyal life sign right there. So that cow might know that they're there, and he's just wanting to hang out there instead of come down with these other two. These other two have just kind of hung out in the middle of the arena, haven't really moved a whole lot.
And he is going to be...
Yep, unfortunately, he's going to time out.
He gets half points.
So I believe he would get 45 points in a time of 6 minutes, because he did get his fetch. So again, these are young dogs. This is all great experience for them. So probably not quite how he wanted it to go, but still a good showing for Zach Brady and Ranger.
How much points are full points?
So full points, I believe, is 270 is what we decided yesterday. So if you get full points, it's 270.
And if you get another full point,
Yeah.
17 plus.
Okay, so up next we're going to have James Butler and H.R. Kate from Center, Texas. James is one of our sponsors for High Roller Angus and also his whitetail. I can't remember what it's called.
Whitetail deer.
Yes, High Roller Angus, James Butler. Yeah, he was busy yesterday. Him and his wife Verona, they were in here in the open. They had quite a few dogs in that one, so
He's a great sponsor of this association.
he is. Yep. So he's going to be in here with his dog H.R. Kate. So this will be fun to see. It's fun to see when they have those older experienced dogs, and also they're training these younger dogs to see. Oh, and she's I like her. So we'll see what he can do in the nursery.
HRK is gonna be fast.
We'll
Well,
see how
we
fast
don't
they
know.
can do it, huh? Okay, James calls for his cattle, and Kate is super fast to get down there.
Told you she was gonna be fast.
She was very fast.
They're like the last set of cows.
Yeah. So she's just going to move him towards that fetch. They see the opening. So sometimes you see it where they kind of sneak to that side, but Kate's right there behind him to get him straight through. So now they come to kind of the center of the arena, and there's a lot of openings and a lot of direction that they can go. So Kate's going to want to push him towards this too.
The wind was blowing, but now it stopped.
Yes, it stopped raining for a minute, huh?
It sounded like this.
It did sound like that, didn't it? Okay, so he's going to work on getting him to 2. So the little bit of struggle that we've seen here is that as they come through this 2, the opening that they can see is not the one that we want them to go to. So they kind of have to do a sharp turn to come out the opening closest to us. So we'll see how Kate can handle this. This is a lot of outside the panel work. And again, the handlers can't go into any of the obstacles, so they have to help where they can from the outside. But
And
Kate
we
gets
don't
them
want-
in, so now you're going to want to send her around because they are headed towards that other opening.
We want them to go through the front.
Yes.
If
And
they
so-
go, we don't want.
Yeah.
They
so
don't
they're
want people to reload.
yeah. So they're kind of circling a little bit. So James is going to step up to the. Yeah, they're just not quite sure where they're supposed to go.
HR Kate should go into the pen
Yep, she will go into the pen.
in a little bit.
There you go. Now they've seen it. So sometimes it just taking a couple of seconds and just letting them calm down and stop for a minute.
He has
And
a
turn.
great 2 minutes going to start.
Awesome. Great job.
Got him through
Yep. So now to number 3.
2 obstacles. Now he's heading on to 3.
Yep.
Just needs
And it
3
looks
more
like
than
they're-
he's got a full points.
Yes. And they seen that opening, so that was great. Through 3, that was a pretty fast transition into 3. Now they're on that.
2.
Yep. Well, he got him through 2 though. He didn't have to reload, did he?
Yeah,
so that
but it was
good.
kind of a little slow.
Oh, okay. Says the professional, I guess.
Hey.
Okay. So very good job.
So he's bringing them through number 4. Now he's going to get them to number 5. Number 6 and number 5 have got to be the trickiest obstacle course. The 3 cows want to go all 3 just going through there.
Yep, they all want to go together, huh? So you have to split one off.
And if they all go 3, that would ruin his
Yep.
time.
So yep, he needs 1 to go to that backside,
And 2,
2 out closest to us. So let's see what he does with Kate. They kind of stop, not quite sure the direction.
she's prowling up.
Yep, she's going to kind of this is where you want to put a little bit of pressure on, but not a lot. And that first cow, we forgot to mention that cow has to go out that way first before these two can come out this way. So now he's got one. She's going to get through, and nice
a great
run.
3:30 minutes.
Yeah, so full points, and we'll listen. We'll see what they say for his official time. But that was a great run for James and Kate. 3:30.
Told you it was 3:30.
Yes. If you're interested about Nutrina, you can visit nutrinaworld.com/warriorlife and get some more information from them.
And the HRK is chasing the cows.
Yeah. Huge thank you to Mill Iron S Ranch Working Border Collies. They have puppies started in trained dogs, training clinics, trials. This is Steve and Sherry White. They're the ones that started the Mountain State Stock Dog Association. You will not meet better people, right, Cooper? We kind of like them, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can visit them, millironsranch.com. Okay, we have, who's up next?
Chance Horrocks and her dog, Reba.
Yeah, hey, we have a milk cow named Reba, don't we?
Yeah, and
It's a
two
good-
dogs are named Reba.
It's a good name. Okay, so Reba's going to head out.
Ow, she's quick.
She is quick, huh? Pretty red dog, too. I really like the red dogs.
She looks just like our milking cow, Reba.
She kind of does, huh? Yeah, same red and white.
Yep.
Okay, so she's going to get behind them and start moving them. The nice thing I feel like with the rain stopping, the cattle are kind of more willing to move. They're not,
Just huddling up.
yeah, which I don't blame them with it.
Yeah, you don't just.
But she gets right in line and she brings them right to that fetch. Great job. Gets them to that number one at a 32nd. That was a pretty fast fetch. So again, when it comes down to it in these classes, and if we have anyone that ties with their overall time, we go to their tie time. So it's how fast they get them through the fetch. So Reba's doing a great job. She gets them right in line with this number two.
Right,
And
1
again,
minute to go.
Yep, and you don't want to put too much pressure on him right here because this is such a big opening. They could go either direction, so you kind of want to just give them a little bit of time to decide that that's their decision to go to into that number two. So yeah, they're gonna perfect. Nice job just getting him into that number two. So this is where Reba's gonna have to kind of circle around. Perfect. She gets right in that opening and sends that one. Chance might have to step up just a minute to help, but
And all the
nice.
cow.
That was a very good job. He put Reba in that right position right when he needed to, just to kind of turn those and get him going to headed to that number three. Okay, so he's going to send them to this number three. So right there, as you can see on that number three where the pink tape is, there is an opening closest to us. Not a lot of cattle have tried to go through that one, but there is that opening. So Reba's going to kind of go block that left side opening. That head cow is kind of looking that way, but there she goes. So if you're watching this dog Reba and you're like, man, she is a nice dog, which I agree. She is a quick dog. She's able to put that pressure on. She's actually going to be, she's in that Apex Ranch Legends summer sale that we were talking about earlier. So you can jump onto apexranchlegends.com. They have a little description for her. They have a couple of videos for her. You can start bidding on her. Like I said, this dog, we watched her yesterday in the open class as well. So she's a two and younger dog, and she has done, just in these 2 runs that we've watched her, she's a fantastic dog that would be able to work, I feel like, for anybody. So yeah, it gets them right in line.
Now heading to number 5 and 6.
Yep, number 5 and 6, huh? So we'll see how they can handle this sort. I thought this sort would give them a little bit more issues than what they've been having, but these handlers and dogs have been doing a great job getting them in and getting them sorted. So this number 2 obstacle, this is where we've kind of seen the little blurps and stuff, just because it's
And
a
the
little
problems.
bit. Yep, the problems, huh? Because it's a little bit more openings that you kind of have to cover, and the direction that you have to get them to go, you kind of have to get your dog there to turn them to go. But man, Reba keeps these cows calm. They get into that sort, they're not excited, so that it's not going to be like we talked about. It's not going to be that rubber band effect. They're in there, they're calm. So Reba's just going to kind of push them up. We want one to go to that left hand side, and then we're going to take 2 out closest to us, but just getting them pushed to that sort right there. We'll see which one. Oh, that one's seen the opening. Chance is kind of far this way, but Reba got a little bit too ahead of that cow. There you go. That one there. Come on, cow. There we go. Great, great job. You can see he raised his hand and told Reba to get out. That was an awesome run. Again, like I said, if you're thinking that you want a dog, jump onto the Apex Ranch Legends. She just did an outstanding showing as well as she did yesterday. You can't complain about that dog, and especially for being a young dog. So Tyson, if you're listening, you might need to get on that dog. So that was a 341, I believe. Full points. Or it might have been a 441. I'll have to look that one up. Okay, so it looks like up next we have
Brian Jacobs and his dog, SBC Ivanka.
Ivanka. That's kind of a fun name to say, huh?
Yeah.
Ivanka.
It's like vodka.
It's kind of like vodka, but Ivanka. Yeah,
Yeah.
you just never know. So he will be up next, followed by Kevin Lippy and Newt, Jordan Markowski and Lennon, and then Trevor Matichka and /J Storm.
Kevin
Those are
Lippy.
going to be the ones that are up.
Wait, there's 57.
Again, huge thank you to Mill Iron S Ranch. If you're looking for dogs, if you're looking for clinics, if you're looking to get into trialing Steve and Sherry White, you can visit them at millironsranch.com.
And if you're looking for working border collies,
Yes, you can contact them as well, huh?
I'm just taking a sip.
Okay, Ivanka's going to go out. Man, fast dog, too. She's like Reba was. Okay,
And
here we go.
our sponsor's dog.
So again, we're in the nursery class. These are any dogs that are 2 years and younger. So, like I said, what a showing for these nursery dogs. You got to be happy with all of them for them to be able to come out and do this. This is a tough course. Nice job through that fetch. I believe he was about 25 seconds on that fetch, so that was a good one.
Yeah. Now he's heading to number 2.
Yep.
Trying SB.
And gets him right in line with that, putting enough pressure on him. And then he's going to send Ivanka wide so that she can kind of get there to turn them. Again, the flow that they're wanting to go is straight out this opening, as you can see that one did. Okay, so she went out, so the other 2 haven't gone out, so he might be able to, I think he's going to reload all of them.
Like
Yep.
that red cow in the last couple rounds, it was not very good.
Yeah, the red cows are kind of the ones that are doing their own thing today, huh?
And they're kind of feisty.
They're kind of feisty. So yeah, so he's going to reload those cattle. So this is where we talked about it.
So spicy.
once you do an obstacle once and they find out that that's the opening they can go through, a lot of times they're going to try to go through that one again. So just knowing that you're going to have to place your dog or you in that position and just anticipate that that's where that dog's going to go now, or the cow's going to go now, is because they've already been there. So they're just kind of stuck there. So Ivanka's just going to work to get them just moving just a little bit so that they can see that opening. Again, see that first one? Yep. Same cow. Once they know that that's there, that's where they're going to go. And it gets a little bit harder to get them to see a different opening. So we'll see what he can get them loaded back in.
It's been a great run today.
It's turning out to be not too shabby of a day, huh? It's only 8:40 in the morning.
And it's not raining.
And it's not raining. But we don't want to say that because last time we said that, what happened?
It started
to rain, huh? So we're going to say, man, we just sure love the rain right now, huh? No sunshine.
No. Mom.
Okay, so let's see what they can do right here.
I'm saying it's sunny.
There, she gets him around.
I'm saying it's sunny.
Yep, that's what we should say, huh? Great job. Great job. That middle cow was the one that kind of turned and seen that opening, so they're headed towards the middle of the arena, so Ivanka's going to turn him and head to this number 3.
I think he's from Iceland.
You think so?
Yeah, because it literally says Ivanka.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you'll have to ask Brian. Oh, see that stinking last cow. That's when you say, you dirty sucker. I hate when those cows do that. They're all in line to go through that number 3, and you have one at the last minute that turns its nose a little bit and decides different. So, but quick job, gets him right back around and into that obstacle. So didn't eat too much time, but there we go.
You just said that in front of a kid.
I did. I said dirty sucker, didn't I, in front of a kid. That's what I... So yeah, gets him through. Again, didn't eat up too much time. Even though he had to reload him into that number 3, he did a great job. So headed to that number 4. We'll let him. He gets him through that number 4 nicely. Makes up some time. So Cooper, what's his time right now?
4 minutes.
Oh, I cut you off. What was it?
4 minutes, 10 seconds.
Sorry, I had you on mute. I didn't know I did. Okay, so yeah, so he still has plenty of time to get him into the sort. This is where Brian is a handler. He does a great job in the sorts. He knows how to work the cattle, and he knows how to do his movements to where he can put enough pressure on him but not get him excited. So we'll see what he can do.
Ivanka is doing a great job tonight.
She is. She gets him in there nicely. So again, we want 1 to go out that backside and then 2 that's coming closest to us. So now just giving him a little bit of direction. But that first, they just snuck out. That one snuck out. So that is important. That one cow has to go out the backside before the other 2 can come out this way. So the other 2 hung out in there. So he's going to send Ivanka and see if she can get him reloaded. Which super fast.
He's going wide.
I say, even though he's had to reload a couple of times, they do it in such a fast manner that he is getting down to about, it's 5:20, so still plenty of time, but because you do want to finish, you want to have full points. So, but again, that cow knows that opening's there. That's where it went before, so that's where it's wanting to head. So getting that 1 out, gets the 1 out, and now get those 2 out. Nice job for Brian. So full points.
5:41.
Yep, unofficially a 5:41. Okay, we are back. We switched commentators. We have Tyson with us now.
Is mine on?
Yes, yours is on.
Oh, okay.
Check, 1, 2.
Yeah. So we have Kevin Lippy and his dog Newt.
So Tyson just got here. He said he was listening in, but super impressed with this nursery class. Like these dogs are pretty amazing for being 2 years and younger. They're holding their own.
Yeah, and that's always the fun part about this class is that these are young up and coming dogs, and it's fun to see them starting out. You see a little bit of what their youngness, their immaturity every once in a while, but very little.
Yeah. So this course is a little bit different than what the Open, kind of the same layout, but a little bit different than what the Open had. This number 2 is where we've kind of seen some issues today.
Well, number 2 looks like it has a pretty narrow opening right there, but Kevin doing a good job.
Yeah.
Just holding them up and giving them time to think it through.
Well, and as they come around, they kind of have to hook them around because they're wanting to come out where that top dog is coming out. So that's hard. You kind of have to give them a little bit direction, but again, covering those holes and sending your dog at the right time. But Newt gets right around there and gets him stopped.
And for everything it looks like it's got going on inside this number 2 obstacle, there's not a lot of room inside the panels.
No.
And so those dogs, some of them I imagine are going to be able to work it on the inside, but a lot of them you working it from the outside of those panels.
And on number 3, we're going up the high spot, not the left-hand side.
Which yesterday I was pretty surprised. These cattle naturally wanted to go to that left-hand side.
Yeah.
And that there was very few that really wanted to go out the end where they're going today. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he's sitting at a 220 going into 4.
And that's Newt is doing an excellent job keeping these cattle calm and directing them and keeping in contact with him. We talked about that quite a bit yesterday about these dogs that are able to stay in contact with these cattle and keep them moving and transition from one obstacle to the next.
Well, and especially, maturity level for dogs. You know, when they're younger, it's kind of harder for them to not want to just put on the gas and go the whole time. And like I said, every dog I've seen today, I've been super impressed at the control that there is.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive on these young dogs is that amount of control that these guys are showing and the handlers and the trainers are putting on these dogs at young age as well. But Kevin making that sort look really nice and easy. Way to go, Kevin and Newt.
Full points and unofficially 322, but we'll.
Full points for time 321.
321. Yeah.
So this is a pretty nice little new feature
that
we're seeing here today. We got Jordan Markowski and Lennon coming up. I'm not sure. Jordan might not have made it. We might be just moving on to Trevor Matich again, Storm.
Okay.
But we'll see here. This is Trevor and Storm.
Okay, so Jordan didn't make it then.
Yep.
Okay.
I know that they were scratched on their runs yesterday.
Okay, so then it moves us to Trevor Matichka and /J Storm. And he's out of Ronan, Montana.
Yep, Ronan, Montana.
I'm seeing today a lot more muck boots than we seen yesterday.
yeah, the accumulation of water from yesterday to today, and a few of these guys coming from different parts where this actually really isn't a lot of water, but this is a lot of water for us for sure.
Yeah, and you can tell the arena, it kind of just holds there.
just soupy. And that it's funny, you watch these guys because you naturally in your mind you don't want to splash water.
Yeah.
And so it does change how you naturally walk through just as you normally would in this water and puddles, and you see where these handlers are standing, they've got a lot of water there.
Yep. So Storm gets them through that fetch nice.
And we watched Storm yesterday. I seen her on sheep.
Oh, how did she do on sheep?
Super impressed with her on sheep. I thought she handled the sheep very, very well. And on the get-go right here, this number 2, you can't ask for a more smooth load into that. Hopefully she can get around here.
That one
she's going to make it
nice.
But you see Storm on that. If we can back this camera out here, kind of be able to see that dog, zoom out just a little bit. But you see her work her way around. If we would have caught that there, just holding her shoulder out and making a nice flank coming around there.
Yeah. Well, and the fact, I didn't realize she worked sheep yesterday, so being able to transition from working sheep to cattle, there's a little bit of difference between how you handle the sheep to the cattle.
A fair amount of difference. And one thing about these dogs being this young, working multiple species, but those dogs that are usually good at handling sheep can have the ability to work cattle really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's watching Storm here. She seems to have that ability.
Yeah, not getting them overexcited.
Yep. And if you see there, those cattle
they were looking
wanting
at that
to
one.
pull to the left-hand side right there.
Yeah. But still, I mean, at a 154, I mean, there hasn't been.
Yeah, and these cattle aren't moving fast, but they're moving.
Mm-hmm.
They're moving, and they're moving very controllable, or in a controlled manner, I guess you should say. And he's going to have to kind of catch these other guys up to this red calf, and
so that they don't separate and kind of go their own way.
And that's I think Storm can handle it, but again, we're in the first round, but there's some downside of hustling cattle up as well.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yes, and that's the gamble that you take if you try to speed them up versus letting them go at their own controlled pace. But
I say, because we've seen it before, when you kind of speed them up, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, I'm going to do this then if you're going to try to speed me up. And then it
some cattle don't handle it as well. And that's where, as a handler, you have to be able to read those cattle and know if you can speed them up, know if you can not. And,
When I like how he just kind of took that pressure off a little bit. They were on their own little trot, so he backed the dog off and let the cattle naturally go forward.
So, and sometimes on these young dogs, too, you'll watch maybe some of these older dogs going, whether they're running with whoever the handler might be, but some of these dogs that have been there and done that, they don't have to make direction. It can be more seamless, whereas some of these younger dogs, they need that down, then the command.
Yeah.
And sometimes that does play into how this goes, but
nice run for
Storm
Trevor
doing
and
an
Storm.
outstanding job here.
I was gonna say, you can't complain about that run. That was just nice the whole way around. So unofficially a 3:33. Oh, 3:36 is gonna be his time.
Really good sponsor here, High Roller Whitetails. James Butler, some pretty massive bucks on there.
Yeah, those are insane.
They're pretty impressive. There's not a whole lot to say about them other than just pretty darn impressive.
It's almost like you just need to give them a moment of silence when you see them, because you're just how do you even say anything about that?
Yep, so some great genetics there, great sponsor. James Butler, High Roller Whitetails. XP Ranch Photography. Kent and Lori, you'll see Kent is judging the sheep arena down there, and then Lori is running all over the place, taking pictures here and there. If you need a dog photographed, get a hold of them, XP Ranch Photography on Facebook or xpranchphotography.com. But get a hold of them. They are picturing dogs this week if you need just some good quality, high quality pictures of your dogs working.
Yes, I told them to go visit them on Facebook so they could see the prior pictures. I was talking about the one that they got before the finals started. Somebody commented and said it looks like a painting.
Yeah.
Because the sun was out, the sheep were out on green grass. It was so pretty.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. This is actually a really beautiful place, especially when the sun comes out.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon, I feel like this afternoon it's probably going to do what it did yesterday, and the sun came out and it was pretty.
It's supposed to, and the weather's supposed to get better through the rest of the week.
And I mean, don't get us wrong, we love the rain. We really do. It's a little bit of sunshine would be nice.
You need the rain you need the rain. We need the rain.
Yes, a little bit of sunshine would be okay.
Water's a great thing, but too much water is.
Yeah, our winter was a little bit longer than what we would have liked, so we're kind of wanting the sunshine. But Lincoln sends Ada.
Yep, Ada, Lincoln, Rogers, and Ada.
I believe they ran yesterday in the Open, didn't they?
Yes, yeah. Lincoln's got a bunch of dogs running all over the place, and very good, consistent bunch. I believe, just kind of looking, I think Lincoln's leading this round of Nursery anyway.
Yeah, his very first run, he had a 2:28.
Yeah, that's always a nice feeling. I'm sure Lincoln is feeling all right with having a 2:28 coming right out of the bat, and he's got a few other dogs to be able to.
Yep. And just to kind of explain that,
himself.
So the Open class is it's specifically based on the handler, not the dog. So any dog can compete.
Yep. So as you're watching
Open.
and you're looking at the classification, so there's 3 classes that classify the handlers. That would be your open handlers, your intermediate handlers, and your novice handlers. Then you've got 2 classes that are going to classify your dogs, the experience of your dogs. The one we're watching right now, the nursery dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other would be the futurity dogs. So futurity is basically just a breakdown further of this nursery class. So futurity would be dogs that this is their first year to be trialed, and they actually have to be entered before they ever participate in their first trial.
Yes, and they will be running tomorrow, so I would highly recommend jumping on and watching that because it's amazing.
Yep, and so there's a few of these dogs that we'll watch in the nursery today that will also be in the futurity as well, and you can kind of keep your eye that way. A few of them we'll try and mention and try and keep on top of that as we go through, but Lincoln and Ada doing a really nice job coming 2 minutes into it. Again, this is really, since they've changed this obstacle right here from yesterday, if you were watching, it is a little bit more difficult because those cattle do want to go to the left there, and not a crazy amount wanting to push through there, but enough that you better cover your bases and get your dog out there to the left or your come by side.
Yeah, so just looking from the ones that we've already ran, so Boser and Cheek, so he's in the futurity. I believe Brian Jacobs and Ivanka that just ran, they will be in the futurity tomorrow. So, yeah, so even the caliber of dogs that we've seen already go that's in this nursery, that futurity class, they're going to be well represented. For those younger dogs. Great.
Lincoln on a really nice run. Oh, got there just a little too early.
Nice job.
He's got him out. All he's got to do, as long as these guys are there, they see it.
Nice run for Lincoln.
Very nice run for Lincoln. Lincoln's going to throw himself out another really nice run.
I was going to say, unofficially a 3:04, but we'll listen to get the official time.
That's 3:03. So that is looking kind of unofficially as second place. So
yeah, first and second goes to Lincoln right now.
Yeah. So Lincoln came out yesterday in the Open also and did that same thing. He kind of came down and threw down some really good runs, and he was holding on to, I think, first through third there for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know how I can't remember how those played out. but I'm sure he was in the top end of that anyway. Country Vet Naturals dog food here. This is a dog food that we feed at our place. Really nice, good, high quality dog food.
And we go through a lot of dog food. So
yeah, we go through a fair amount.
So when we
not
say
as
it's
not
good,
as amount as some other people do, but
but
it really is just a good quality dog food that you see. It's a chicken and rice formula for both ends. They have a healthy and they have an active version of these. The active being a 30-20, and the healthy being a 24-60 or 26-16, if I remember right. But
so kind of explain to those people that are like, why is he throwing these numbers out?
So 30-20, that's
smart.
representing 30% protein, 20% fat versus 26% protein and a 16% fat, which is on the healthy pretty darn close. But the reason you throw those out there, it has to do with the levels of nutrition, which obviously play for the type of dog that you have.
Oh yeah.
Most of these dogs that are out here working are going to need to be on that roughly that 30 to 20 nutrition plane. But then the ingredients that these dog foods are made out of play a high part on how much is digestible to that animal and then how they benefit from it. So really good formulas or rations that Country Vet Naturals has there.
Okay, so up next we have Ray Temple and C9 Gator.
When you got a name like Gator,
I know, you got to be...
It kind of throws some implications right out of the bat.
Yes.
I haven't seen this dog go. This is a new one that I haven't seen. Ray Templeton. Not Templeton. Ray Temple.
We're
coming
sorry,
out of
Ray.
Lexington, Oregon. Sorry, I don't know where Templeton came from other than
the mouse.
The mouse on Charlotte's Web.
It's because you've seen the book.
I guess.
Yeah, that's sitting right here. That's Charlotte's Web. But
so Gator is off and on his way.
Yeah.
And as we were talking, the rain has let up here.
Don't say anything, because the minute I said it wasn't raining this morning, it started to rain.
Well,
so.
we actually have a little patch of blue sky coming over top of us.
Yeah.
A little bit ago when I was pulling in, there's some sunshine on the west mountains over there. So. I don't know why I said west mountains either. We call them the West Hills, but they're not as big as the mountains that are off to the east side of the valley.
This whole summer so far, we really haven't had a day where we didn't have kind of the lower clouds and the fog.
Yeah, the misty, the higher humidity feeling type stuff.
It's given more of a fall vibe than it is.
Yeah, but with all the...
Besides it's green.
It's green.
Yeah, it's kind of the fall vibe with the summer and everything. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and break to commercial. We want to thank our 2023 champion buckle sponsors. Holy cow, those buckles, I said it many times yesterday, they are so pretty. I cannot believe. If you have a chance, I think they still have them over in the Civic Center that you could probably come look at them. Red Baron Drive-In here in Afton, huge thank you to them. Sheer Bliss, Arizona National, JB Waterwell, Advantage Plus Federal Credit Union, and Alpine Animal Clinic, Chubbuck, Idaho. Huge thank you to them. We couldn't do it without them to be able to give those buckles as a prize. Like I said, they're so pretty. It kind of makes you want, like, you go see them when you check in and you're like, okay, yep, that's the prize right there is the buckles.
Yeah, and that's I was told yesterday, this Alpine Animal Clinic, one that I guess they have made some pretty outstanding surgeries and done, and they do some pretty unreal things. As much as we don't want to.
It happens.
It happens.
Yep.
Accident happens. These are dogs working large animals, and it's just the name of the game. And
when
sometimes
I feel like
we have things happen, and from the stories, I'm trying to think of the name that they call it. When you have a success story, that's the
their reviews that they give.
Short reviews. They've been able to take some pretty bad situations and make some really good outcomes of it.
Well, and the thing is and I know in our part, like, these dogs, they're your right-hand man, so you want to give them the best service that you can to them, so you want somebody that you can trust, and Yeah, so Alpine Animal Clinic, Chubbuck. It always throws me off because I see we have a town named Alpine.
Yes.
So then when you see Alpine Animal Clinic and then Chubbuck, you're like, what? But yeah, thank you to all those guys. If you're in Afton for the finals, stop on down too, also to the Red Baron Drive-In. They have shakes, they have hamburgers. It's been a drive-in for many, many years. It's kind of a staple in this valley, so they're only open in the summertime. So go get your
you got to get your
fix
while
while
it's
you
open.
can. Yeah. So up next we're gonna have Mike Thompson and Pat.
So just to show whoever's running the camera, can you pan off here to your left, and no other left.
I do that
There
all
you
the
go.
time too.
Keep going. There's a sheep camp right down here that's got a fire going. Keep going left. Keep going left. Keep going. Keep on. Keep on. Keep.
Right
there.
Oh yeah, you can see the smoke coming.
This kind of sums up a little bit of our day here today.
Yeah, we got a sheep camp with a fire going.
What a pretty cool deal, though. Sheep camp, fire coming out of the top.
Yeah.
We can get back here to Mike Thompson and his dog Pat. Mike's a handler here that.
I believe he's one of our sponsors as well.
Yes, he is. He's
Windmill.
Yep, that is right. Great sponsor. He's been a great supporter of everything going on here at the MSSA in the finals, and besides a very, very good competitor.
Oh yeah, he's
so
always fun to watch.
He's always here with really well-trained, nice dogs. Mike knows how to handle cattle and sheep.
Yep. So you had one that just kind of broke off a little bit, but Pat gets around it and gets it back to going. So they are headed towards that other side, so he will have to gather them up and bring them all three through the fetch.
He doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to, but
I'm sure Mike will.
So that's a good thing to talk about. So if he decided he could take the points for that one cow coming through the fetch and move on to 2. But most of the time you want, because at the end of the game it's points over time.
Points always beat time.
Yes.
Correct.
So even though it might take a little bit more time to get them through that first obstacle, it would be a really good choice to take him back through that fetch.
Excuse me there. Yeah, that's Pat. When we were kind of coming back into it, Pat was just looking to find these cattle, and it took him just a little bit of extra time to find them down at the other end of the arena.
Yeah, and it's hard when those cattle come out and they stop. If there's a little bit of movement, then the dogs are able to track it and see them.
It does help him out to get there for sure.
Yeah.
And Mike's gonna want to get Pat down here on the same end as him.
So it looks like he might be going for 2.
There's the lady from the.
And that's it looks like Mike just say, hey, I'm gonna move on here, get my points, see how far I can get on with the rest of this. And again, this is all part of a game plan that everybody can make for sure. And so you have the points values, the times, the everything else, and this is a strategy. And you have to, as a handler, make these decisions on the fly and say, hey, this is what I'm going to do with these, and then basically rolling the dice and see where they land. But Mike's got them looking at this one black calf here on the back. Hasn't seen these guys exit quite yet. There we go. He's going to send Pat inside that. Now these other two trotted down here. He's going to gather these guys back up and pull them back down here to his number 3. And I can tell you from experience that this is always a hard situation as a handler to get out here. And you have kind of a plan in your mind of where these cattle will, and you know the direction that these cattle need to go. And one of the hardest things to do is to jump in and have it not go as planned and then have to recover on the fly.
Yeah, and knowing that it is timed and that this is eating up a lot of time.
The pressure of all the time. And so one of I've said this a bunch of times, one of the biggest things that separates a novice experienced handler to an open handler is how fast you can recover. and that's being able to process that in your mind and get cattle from point A to point B and do it as quick as you can once your plan has went out the window. So Mike doing a good job getting these guys back to a point where they need to be, and he's going to keep her. There he goes. He's going to keep her off to the left right here on a come by command. Far
So,
enough
and I
to
was
get him past that opening.
I was off air. He did get number 2 done, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So he's finished. He came through with one head through the fetch,
Okay.
and he's completed 2. He's completed 3 now.
Headed to 4.
So yes. So he's gonna more than likely Mike's gonna get this finished.
I say he's sitting at a 4:35.
Yeah. So he's gonna get over here and he's gonna get it finished. He is gonna be short 30 points on the end of this if he gets full points on everything else. So instead of a 270, he's gonna be a 240. If he gets this finished. But
Yeah.
on the other hand, maybe he makes this if he turned this around and decided that he was really going to focus and get those fetch points.
Yeah.
Maybe those cattle didn't handle that, and he doesn't even get 200 points. Maybe he doesn't even. So this could pan out to be a really good choice on Mike's part.
Yeah. For sure.
But he's sitting at
About a
sitting at a
520. Yeah. So he has a little bit of time, but he might need to get. And it's so easy to say. All he has to do is sort them. That's all he has to do.
Yeah, and that's we are really good at making perfect runs.
that was
the commentary.
So close, but he did get it done.
Yeah, and super job for Mike. What a hard thing to do sometimes too is not, we have an idea in our head and. To be able to break that and try something different.
Yes.
But Mike repositioned himself and got himself through.
Yeah, so unofficially about a 5:45 for Mike.
With
Pat.
Which should be with the points of 230.
Oh, he got full point.
He got full points?
Well, so he did. I was going to ask you that. So after he went through number 2, the cattle did go back and he got all 3 through the fetch. So I guess that counts then if you go and retry. Okay.
So that's
we'll see.
So full points there.
Yeah, so he did that. So anyway, a good viewing for these nursery dogs.
And for where it started out, for him to put it back together and be able to direct those cattle, did a great job.
So thank you to our 2023 reserve buckle sponsors. We have Double J Border Collies, Crapo Cattle, Rising W Kelpies, Lowenhaus Boar Goats, Arlo R, and Driftwood Farms. So Joni is up. So she went earlier with her dog Edge, and she had a 329. So now she's going to be up with her dog Holly.
Out of Clearmont, Wyoming.
Yep.
I believe Clearmont is in a place where they don't receive this much rain, even probably all year long.
Yeah.
Or moisture, I should say, not even rain, but.
So I talked about this when we first started. These nursery dogs, to see them on a whistle, that's pretty. I mean, do some people start their dogs on a whistle and not even do the voice commands, or does it just depend on the handler?
Yeah, it
the trainer?
Just depends on the handler. Most of it's what people are comfortable with, but Joni runs a lot of big country, a lot of sheep, bigger groups like that, and it's essential to have your dog. Honestly, I think when you're in situations and settings like that, because your voice just cannot reach the distances that a whistle can.
That was a perfect into 2.
Yep. So she's sitting here doing really great, but yeah, it's a pretty essential thing for Joni to have these dogs going on a whistle early.
Well, and we'll see that. So tomorrow, they're adding another arena to the mix, and they will have the ultimate field trial going on. So this is for cattle, and we've seen this last year when you ran it as well. You use voice commands, and the dog couldn't hear you very well out in the field. So that's just another thing. If you can have them on whistles, they can hear you a little bit better. But if you want to tune in, that one is so cool. That one, that's more of the real life situation.
A bigger situation, which really changes the view
Yep.
and the scope for the dog.
Yep, they
and for the
load
handler.
the cattle up, they put them in the horse trailer, they take them out, they drop them out in the middle of the field, and that's where the dog goes and picks them up. And then you still have the obstacles that you have to go through, and you bring them clear down. You start at the back side of the field, and you bring them clear up to the front side of the field. It's just a super cool one. I think everyone looks forward to that one, so be sure to tune in.
Yeah,
Joni
and is also a pretty vital part
Yes.
of this ultimate stock dog.
Yes, because if you're competing for the ultimate stock dog, you
if
do
you're
have to
if
do.
you're in your nursery in your open division,
Yes.
this the field trial is
Yeah.
a part of all of that score for you.
Yeah, so a lot of these dogs that we see today, they will probably be competing in the nursery if they're going for the ultimate stock dog, which
Yes.
that's pretty big for these younger dogs.
Well, a big, well-rounded, all-around dogs, being that young to be able to compete in all these different settings
Yeah.
makes pretty impressive dogs and pretty impressive handlers. So Joni has got a really, really good time going on right here. She's quietly made it all the way through here while
Yeah.
we've been, and she's got them sorted right here.
Nice.
And these cattle out. Really great time.
Yeah.
That's going to, unofficially, wherever she's at, it's going to put her around second.
249. So yeah, she's currently in second. Lincoln and Chet, first one out of the morning, and they're holding in first place with a 228.
Yeah, so we're getting
Yeah.
some pretty good fast runs here.
Yeah. Again, we talked about Country Vet Naturals earlier. Loved by pets, trust by owners. Huge thank you to them for being a sponsor. You can visit them at countryvetpetfood.com. Also on Facebook and Instagram. And also S4 Stock Dogs.
Yep, John Stoudemire, really good. You'll also see JB Waterwell. That's another one that he is.
Okay.
That he is and is a sponsor of. So really great guy, good sponsor. Has some really good stock dogs. If you're needing something that way.
I was gonna say, I was just gonna. I believe they train stock dogs, correct?
Yep,
So
and
that's
raises
another
that.
one.
Hence the S4 stock dogs.
Yes. So if you're looking for one, or just wanting to get into it, or if you need number 12,
Yep.
whatever it might be, they're a good
12,
one to.
15, 20, whatever
Yeah.
notch you're at, he can help you at that. Derek Westover and Sky from Homedale, Idaho.
Where would Homedale, Idaho be? I don't think I've heard of that one.
I've heard of it. I don't know lots of I think it's over towards Boise and that area, kind of the western Idaho.
So again, you can kind of see Derek getting his dog set up so that as the cattle come through, he'll be able to see him, and he locked on right off the bat.
She.
Sorry. Sky, yes. Pretty dog.
She's got a pretty interesting marking on her face that I think is pretty neat, and really kind of sets her. I mean, you know her when you see her because of the marking. She's kind of got that Phantom of the Opera type look on her face.
Okay.
And maybe she'll get here closer and we'll be able to see it, but.
Well, that
Yeah,
one
these-
just turned its head and went right in. But this is where it can get tricky because they want to flow to that outside, and Sky's clear over here. Yep, so she's going to move her way around.
And we're already starting to see a little bit of the progression of these cattle as they've been trialed yesterday.
Yep.
These cattle did not come through this main arena from what I understand yesterday. These cattle only go through one arena a day.
And they only get ran once
Yes.
a day.
Ah, darn it.
That
Just,
little stinky one.
and he is still okay if he can. Oh, dang it.
Yeah, that's a hard thing when you have two right
this one
there.
was really wanting to play, and he was just a little bit behind on getting over there. So now he's got them all out. He's restarted on this whole obstacle. But you can. I was talking just a little bit ago. The progression of these cattle as they've been trialed and now on their second day, they're a little more easily looking for these openings on these panels.
Yeah.
They're understanding where to kind of look for, and as they go through the week, they start looking for those places.
And that's when you start to see some really fast
I
times.
was gonna say you can see some good fast times, but also these courses are going to progress with them.
Oh,
and they're going to get harder as they go.
I was gonna say round 1 is kind of,
Yes.
it's still hard. I feel like this is a hard course, but yeah, they progressively get harder, and it's.
Yep. Well, and these cattle, you're seeing this is a pretty easy one to load.
Yep.
But now to clear the cattle through the obstacle, it's a fairly good challenge.
Well, and we've seen this one of the runs where the cattle, they had already gone through that opening that they weren't supposed to, and so even though you was reloading them, they were still going
they were
through that
looking
one.
for that wrong exit.
Yeah, but Sky gets around, hopefully to turn them. There they go.
And he's got them on course and through.
Yeah, great job. So again, that can get frustrating when you do have to reload them, and it takes seconds off the clocks, but it's the name of the game.
Exactly, but it makes it all the more important to load it and complete it on the first time, and everybody tries, and when it doesn't go as planned, how fast can you load up and make a new plan?
But kind of the thing that I'm noticing is with this 3 and 4, there is the option to kind of make up some time because it's kind of a good flow. It's an open area.
Yep.
The cattle are kind of wanting to get out and move a little bit faster.
And it's very interesting if you watch this open course yesterday. So this where the number 3 is hung right there on that panel.
Mm-hmm.
That panel was tipped out, so it was a wide winged out one, and it pulled those cattle harder to that side than it is today.
Yeah.
And today this is actually an easier load in here so far than what it was yesterday.
Yeah.
With a wider opening.
Yeah. So yeah, it gets them through 3. And again, they get on a nice trot in that open area, and they're just headed to 4.
And Sky doing a good job just rating these cattle down here and not getting too far up under them.
So
He's not having to down her a lot.
Explain the rating. What is that when you say that they're rating? She's rating
So
the
when
cattle.
we're talking about rating cattle, it is how that dog adjusts the speed of the cattle and doesn't overpressure and doesn't underpressure. But that dog, as you can see right here, and Derek is not having to give her the command, and that's where the rate comes into. Earlier on in the training, sometimes you get to a point where a dog has to be walked up and then stopped, because they can't get into that fill and move those cattle without applying too much pressure a lot of times. But Sky doing you, and Derek right here is he's just making sure that she doesn't put too much on him, and that's why he's down in her here.
Yeah. Just had him lined up nicely to go into the number 5.
But put him in there really nice and quick. And this bolly calf, if Derek keeps himself in the right position, is going to walk right out.
I was going to say, that was...
Great job.
Yeah.
And darn it, he's going to need to get Sky. Oh,
there you go.
Out. Good
nice job.
And that's a tough thing right there. These we always ask these dogs, and they're young dogs, we always ask them to bring one back that leaves. And that's what Sky was doing right there, but it got her shut down.
She was doing exactly what she was, taught to do. And I think that's something to be said about as you bring them into 5 and 6, and we've seen this yesterday as well. The more calm you can bring those cattle into that last obstacle, the better your sort's going to be, because they're not wound up. They're not wanting to look for that opening. You're moving them with that less pressure so that you're able to get them in a nice, smooth sort. And that's what we just witnessed. That was an awesome run. So
yep.
I believe
and the flow through. That's always a nice thing to talk about, is the flow through.
Yes, and I believe I think it was a 537 is what he ended up with. So full points. So great job to him.
So Nursery, a great sponsor here, main sponsor here, that does so much for this MSSA finals. We got on this one. This is their Plaid Perks. So Plaid Perks is the
reward program. Everyone likes to get
also
points.
the name on the arena down there for the sheep.
Yep. Yeah. So you can sign up. Super easy to sign up.
Yep.
And then you just, I believe you scan your receipt. I can't remember. It's been a while since I did it, and then it just gives you the points. Like super easy. You don't have to keep your receipt. You don't have to do any of that. And then they send you the rewards as you get it, and you get good stuff from it. Free dog food, cat food, porcupine food, like you were talking yesterday.
Skunks,
Could be
badgers.
skunks, yeah. I know, we'll have to ask Kylie about that.
Yeah, we'll have to ask her.
What feed do you have for the exotic animals?
Yep. What exotic stuff do you have?
Okay, up next we have Craig Balls and R-O-W Ricky.
Ricky.
Row
Ricky.
Say that 5 times fast.
So Craig coming from Hyde Park, Utah, so not a long ways to come, but still a little distance. Not a lot of competitors actually from Utah that I can think of.
Well, so we're tied. Utah, Wyoming, and Idaho are tied for 3rd for handlers. Because California is in 1st, and then we all tied.
And then Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming are tied.
So there's got to be quite a few.
There's got to be quite a few.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I guess some of them I don't think of being in Utah, but including
we're not
Craig.
going to hold that against you.
Yeah, we don't. I guess that's my point. I don't feel like they're Utah people.
We apologize to all the Utah people.
No, not sorry. So Craig's got Ricky back here, getting him through the fetch.
Gets him through nicely.
I think Ricky's one of those dogs that I just think is just really pretty as well.
Yeah.
There's some of these dogs that just have colors and things that just work, and she's one of them.
When you can tell the intensity.
Yes.
Just how she stops and she's attentive, and
that's one of the big things that I really like about her is she's very on point. She's very, right there.
Yep.
Where you need her to be, taking those directions. She's got one headed off right here.
I was gonna say this red one just kind of turned and decided it was gonna go this way, but sticking around. So, but now it's kind of
not too far out. He's got a little bit of a situation here. He's got this red calf on the inside of this panel. And the hard part about where this red calf is there's not a close exit. He's got it's kind of a...
And it has to come out so that he can load all 3 of those.
Yeah, he's got to have it come out. But it's just hanging in there right there. And he's actually got to have it come out before these guys get in, unless he's going to
that was a smart move.
And then clear them.
I feel like that was a smart move to bring those 2 others kind of close to it. So now he'll just have to circle him. Yep, he'll have to reload those ones.
Yeah, so you see there
that's hard.
Just getting some direction from here.
Well, and the angle that we're at compared to the angle that he's at, he might not even have known that red cow.
Well, and that's a point to be made too. You'll hear us say some things, but it really doesn't matter what we say.
We are pros from up in the grandstands.
Yeah, but
perfect run every time.
There is in the crow's nest right there behind us. You've got a judge and you've got a scribe that are watching right here, and they know what is going on in this course. So even if we say something, the judge knows what's going on. So.
And again, you have this opening that red cow is going to, but he's going to send Ricky around.
Yep.
That last cow is looking for that opening, but.
Yeah, so you see Craig handling this a little different than some others here. Craig's coming around on the back. He sent Ricky on the way command. Or sorry, on a come by. He brought her on the come by circle around. So he's going to need to get Ricky inside there. On these cattle, because they're just holding up enough.
Which you don't want to put too much, because they can blow. That red one, they all just split and went out a different opening.
I was going to say he just, but herein how they came out.
Oh yeah.
So unless the judge tells him differently, again, he should just be able to put these 2 back in, which it looks like he's going to bring them all out and start over.
And bring them back in, yeah. Yeah, but as they came out, I mean, they didn't come busting out of there, so he should be able to get them loaded.
Yeah, he's still handling them really calm and cool. Nothing's got excited here.
This is when my heart rate would just start going out of control.
And Craig is feeling that for sure.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that is exactly the emotions that Craig is feeling, and it gets really and he's having to try this over and over, and that gets a little frustrating sometimes.
Because you just have that end one that's just hanging back enough that you're covering a lot of ground
on both ends, and he's having to watch a lot of different points right here.
And that's the thing. So this is when you say, do I step over here to this opening and help him here, or do I say, oh, if he can get that one, so yes, come get these other ones. I don't know if they've passed that line.
I think they're out.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're out right now.
Yeah.
But
Again, our angles are different.
Really close.
Yeah.
So Craig's going to cycle them around and try this out again.
But again, Ricky's moving them, pretty calmly, so he should be able to get him back in fairly quickly. Yep. But again, that's just it's a big area that you're having to cover, and it's you and your dog and trying to figure out where you should place yourself, and where you have one cow that's hanging back and the other ones are going, and there's 2 openings. There's a lot to factor in on this obstacle. Well,
and like you say, the flight zones of these cattle, you've got a couple of them here that have quite a bit different flight zones if you've been watching them and paying attention to them. And
so this red one is always, seems like it's always wanting to just...
Yep, and this black calf is always hanging to the back.
Yep.
And a little bit of tough luck there for Craig. He's going to time out. And he'll have, I'm 45. Not sure where he ended here. I think he had some points on this. Actually, 45.
Yep, 45. So he did get the fetch at the first. So there's our list of who's going to be up. I believe today we have 57 in the nursery class today.
So we're coming up on around a halfway mark.
So, but again, like I said, all these dogs the handlers should be super proud of their dogs and how they've handled so far today, because it's been awesome to watch. If you want to jump on as well, I know we have the sheep trial going on. We're waiting to see when our daughter goes, but that one is in the Plaid Perks Arena. You can jump onto YouTube, or you can go to the Mountain State Stock Dog Association Facebook page. They have the links there as well. The cool part about YouTube is that even when this is done and over with, you can go back and watch all of the rounds. Yep. You can skip ahead, back up if you want to rewatch it. Also, huge thanks to Mill Iron S Outfitters, LLC. You can visit them at millirnsoutfitters.com. Those are pretty cute kids right there.
Yep.
And we'll say James is pretty cute, too. Just so he doesn't feel bad, But if you're looking for an awesome hunt, get a hold of them. I feel like those are kind of the once-in-a-lifetime hunts that you can go on.
Yep. Yeah, and that's Steve says Stockton and Sam there. They're right there with him. They help take him out, and this is a lot of that they're doing right there. And so also I've heard the story on that cat that James is standing next to. And
is that the one that Stockton was involved with?
No.
Okay.
But this is Stockton was there. Yes,
he was there, but it wasn't the crazy one that I heard.
No, but this is just a big cat. That cat is a lot bigger than what that picture looks, but not. I guess you look at the paw on that thing though.
Yeah, the paw's pretty big. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so Guy Johnson and Double J Ruby is going to be up next.
From John Day, Oregon.
He's used to the rain then.
This is just dawned on me where I was breeding some cattle for a guy this morning. He was on John's Road, but I could not remember it, and I kept thinking John Day. And anyway, this is where it came from, John Day, Oregon.
Pretty red dog.
Yep, pretty red dog that's got these guys picked up and heading towards his fetch.
I always love it when sometimes the dogs stop and they look back at the handler.
Yeah.
I know when our dogs do it, I'm like, wait, did I give you the wrong command? Why are you looking at me? But sometimes it's just to check in to make sure, okay, I want to do what you're asking me to do. So.
Well, and a good set of cattle, if you notice that they come together, you see it's always a really nice sign to see these cattle come together, and as they get there, you see them put their heads down. That means that they're watching and they're ready to move and be directed. And yeah, that's a really good sign to see on your cattle as they come out and through the fetch. And
man, gets him in there, no problem.
Yeah.
So now he's going to send Ruby around.
And if he can get
that last one to turn.
There you go.
Can't beat that. That was
really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice, smooth work through this number 2 obstacle.
Yeah, send
Yes.
Ruby right when she needed to go. And
again, this number 3 has been, it's been not so much of a
No.
hold up as it
Well,
was maybe yesterday.
And I think it's interesting too. I talked about this. So as they're coming into it, there's some pink tape right there that shows them where they need to go in.
Yep.
There is a gap between that and the tarp, and
The
I thought
edge of the arena,
yeah, and I thought maybe that would kind of slow some up. That's maybe a bigger opening, but we haven't seen it.
Yeah, and that's the Ruby coming in a little too far and a little too quick on that. But again, like I say, that this left hand, that's where the cattle, that was high points yesterday, where they wanted to go. And
well, and I
think it's a little tougher coming through the other end.
Yeah,
now.
well, and with the water and the mud, you can see where the trail goes through that left-hand side. So
it kind of is a trail, but it's kind of not a trail.
It's just a pond.
Yeah.
But anyway, made up some time getting him to 4.
Yeah, he's coming in with a 2:30 as his time right now and moving along pretty well. And Guy is in his sort right now. These cattle looking right to the end. Guy's in a harder spot right here. You got the corner of that panel, and he's got some distance he'll have to cover as those cattle come out if they're close together. But these guys holding up right here, and the tension is rising right here as it gets closer and closer and closer. If you can get one just to, and these cattle are all fairly same temperament. There is one that is a little bit more flighty, I would say, but not really flighty, but a little more heads up than the other. But just not wanting to make that step right here. And that great job Guy got there in time. Didn't blow these cattle back over. They're just slowly coming out, and that's going to put his time full points with unofficially a 4:14. .415. Here's Windmill Stock Dogs. We were talking earlier, Mike Thompson. We've seen him a few times through. What a great resource he is if you're needing any type stock dog or information. Reach out to him. But he's had a few through, and I think he's got more to come also.
And a super nice guy. I enjoy talking to
isn't
Mike.
he? He's way fun to sit and talk to. We there was a trial going on, and we were coming back from somewhere else, and we ran into Mike somewhere in southern Utah at a random gas station. Pretty funny, but good conversation with him every time, though.
Tyson, how has this class been going today?
It's been going pretty darn good. There's a really good fast 228 that's leading it that came right out of the gate. And so our first run out with Lincoln Rogers, he's in the lead right at the moment.
Right now we have Dennis Bisnet with Boyd, and I believe I saw Dennis a little bit earlier in the class as well, so he has multiple dogs here today.
Yes, he does. He looks like he's got another dog named Beverly. He was a little bit of a rough time with him. 135, didn't get finished on points in that, but he's probably going to want to try and come through and do a little better with Boyd.
Absolutely. I believe that California, we were looking at the program, they have the most handlers here this week of all the states.
They do, yeah. California is the most represented state here this week. So, and then it's Utah and Idaho and Wyoming are all tied for the next.
Dogs moving the cattle just nice and slow through the fetch here. Obstacle number 2 is a challenging one. Is that giving them
it has
the most
been.
fits today?
Yeah, and kind of interesting. It's got a really narrow opening, but the load has not really been as much the hard spot as it is getting them exited out of the obstacle. And that's these cattle are starting to look for those openings, and a lot of times they're hanging up just kind of right here in this dead space in the back.
Okay.
And this has been pretty normal right here as this setting, how it's playing out right now.
When trying to decide once you load them, what direction do you send your dog? Because if you send him away, are you going to push him out the hole?
Correct. Yeah, that's your gamble
or
right here.
Or come by, pop him out the top again.
Yeah, and that's and your timing of things. If their nose is still hanging to the inside of that panel as they come through, you just push them right straight through and out the wrong opening.
Yeah, and Dennis made it look really easy.
That he did. Yeah, he wasn't held up for very much time inside there. And that's we were talking earlier. This number 3 has been a lot different than it was yesterday. It had a wider opening to it yesterday, but it's easier to load today with the tighter panels on here. This number 3 panel, it was winged out there a lot further. And this has actually been the first cow here for a while that has kind of been on the outside edge of that panel.
He has a slow set of cattle, but they're easy to manage.
That is right. Yeah, and that's this is usually really good terms for probably gonna get finished, but sometimes not as finished as fast as we want.
Yeah. Sometimes though slow is fast. I was talking to some people about that.
That is true.
Yesterday. If you get a trotty set of cattle and you have to reattempt things several times, you might have been better with a slow set.
That's right. Yeah, and it's we were talking about this a few times. A lot of times what makes the experience of the handler is how fast you can recover after your plan that you had didn't fold out how you thought it did. And sometimes most of the time that plays into it is, whether you got a slow set of cattle or a fast set of cattle, or you've got 2 that want to go slow and 1 that wants to go fast.
Yeah, that can be a challenge when they don't want to herd. These ones want to stay together.
They do. And sometimes these slow groups, if you don't keep them moving, that's exactly what happens, and we're seeing it here just a little bit. They start just kind of spreading out. And so that's sometimes you want to maybe pick up a little bit of speed here, and it'll kind of group them, but not too much pressure, or else you'll kind of maybe spread them apart even further. But these cattle are feeling really pretty comfortable right here, and you're seeing they maybe give them a little bit of slow down even more, just because they're fairly comfortable. They're pretty content to just stand there and sniff the tarp.
When I was wondering too, Tyson, maybe you've seen it in the class today, if you could get them even just a touch trotty coming out of 4 straight into 5, that could be an advantage to have a fast sort.
I agree, and I think a really nice strategy is maybe speeding them up a little bit coming out of 3 even.
To set them up for 4.
Yes, because I think the way this is laid out, and especially coming out this end hole, you can really kind of speed them up and not offend them coming all the way around, so you can pick up 2 obstacles pretty darn fast and get to your sort. And then, like say, you have them a little bit on the mind of moving, so that they don't just stand and pile up in your sort.
Yeah, this corner's hard. That's where the other cattle are, so they do want to hang there. So I could see if you want to pick them up and get them moving. And some dogs, it's hard for them to peel them off the fence line.
Yeah, that's right. They don't really care to want to be against that tight fabric and that blocked edge right there. And so and again, they're just comfortable. They're just okay. So when cattle get in a spot where they're just okay, they don't necessarily want to leave that.
Yeah, they can be hard to move.
Yeah. And that's he's running a little short on time right here. He's got about 45 seconds to get these guys moving again.
Even if he could bump through number 4 and get the points on that, that would help Dennis.
That would help him out quite a bit. And that's, you see him, he's flanking this dog back and forth, just trying to get some reaction out of the cattle and get them to move a little bit. But that Bolly right there is way too interested in the tarp than he is moving right now.
Tyson, finals generally are in July, but we moved them to June to beat the heat, and so we ended up with this weather. How do you think that's made a difference with the cattle? Do you think it's been an advantage? Has it been not great with a soupy arena?
I think the cattle's temperament are by far better. I think, and when I say better, usually in the morning they're really pretty good when it's been later, but as the heat gets hotter, they can get stickier. And yesterday watching, I think they were way more consistent from start to finish all the way through, even though it was pretty darn chilly as far as that goes.
The weather didn't change a lot as far as temperature increases throughout the day.
That's right, yeah. It stayed pretty well similar.
Next we're going to have in Verona Butler and J.C. Stryker. Then we'll see Cindy Campbell and MISR Tux and Chance Horrocks and Sage. Big thank you to Nutrina as our title sponsor. We appreciate their support over the past several years. We also want to thank XP Ranch, which is Kent and Lori Herbal. Kent is a fabulous dog trainer. You could reach out for him. He does clinics. And Lori is our on-site photographer this week. So they're a wonderful couple. And their website is on there, xpranch.com. Feel free to check them out.
And that's just mentioned they got a drone too.
That's yeah.
Pretty darn cool. I seen a little bit of the video that they shot.
We want to thank also Jeannie Biggers with Got Dog LLC. So she's a dog trainer as well and one of our fearless leaders in the MSSA. So you could reach out to Jeannie for help with your dog or putting on trials, and she'd love to help you. And again, once again, thank you so much to Nutrina and the support that they provided.
We're here with Verona and Striker. Anyway, super great job. She gets them through 2, 1, 2, and she's on to 4. 1, 2, 3. Minute 47. Pretty fast run so far. Gets around him nicely just to keep him going through that 4. Good job through 4. Nice job into that sort. Gets that 1. Gets those. Nice. That was a fast run for Verona and Striker. Holy cow. Full points.
All right, Verona Butler and JC Striker, 4 points at a time of 2:40. That puts her in second place.
Yep, 2:40. That puts her in second place. So Lincoln and Chet, the ones that were the first handler out and first dog out, they are holding strong to the 2:28. But, man, that was a pretty run for Verona and Striker. Nice job on that one. Okay, up next we're going to have Cindy Campbell in MISR Tux, Chance Horrocks and Sage, and then Brian Jacobs and FINS Elwood, Buck Menden, Holland Ruger, and then Trevor Machichka and FF Rain. That's kind of the layout for the next 5 runs that will be coming up. If you're around Afton and you want to come down, Kylie from Neutrina, she's actually here. If you have any questions about any of their feed that they have, you can come down and you can come spin a wheel and win a prize as well. So I'm sure she would love to come or have you guys come down and talk to her with all your questions. Okay, here's Cindy Campbell and MISR Tux. Kind of a little bit separated, but Tux is going to bring them back together, line them up to come through that fetch. Nice job through the fetch. Headed to 2. Again, moving them nicely so that they can see that opening. This is where they, as they come into that, oh, she has one that's hung up. But gets that one in there, and then she's going to send Tux around. I was just going to say, when they come into that in a trot, sometimes it's harder for that dog to get around to block this opening over here, but they have it figured out. They got it covered. So now just working on letting them see that opening. We got that one that's sneaking through here, but Tux is going to go around. There you go. Again, kind of looking at all the openings, but they're standing in the one that they need to go in, but not really wanting to move. So just patiently kind of working them up. There you go. Oh, there we go. Good job. Gets them through 2, headed to 3. They're kind of wanting to go out to the middle, back towards the fetch. So Tux is going to go around. This group is kind of one that they do stick together, but at the same time they're okay to separate just a little bit. So that can sometimes make it harder on the dog having to kind of gather him together. But gets him headed in the right direction towards 3. Oh, that one's looking for the front again, so she's going to send him. Yeah, this back cow just is okay to hang back a little bit, and that can kind of be frustrating. So, because you have this one far back, and now you have that left opening that you got to keep moving that back cow up, but also cover that opening. Because, again, the handlers can't walk up here to help. So now just being able to turn them towards that top opening. They're just getting balled up a little bit. Not quite sure the direction. So if you're wondering what else is going on, right now we have the Plowed Perks Arena running with the intermediate sheep right now. You can jump on and watch that. And I believe the novice cattle will be starting soon in the True Arena. So that will be a fun one to watch as well. You can jump on. And also I was just outside of the grandstands, and I see that they do have the merchandise for the MSSA finals. They're getting it all set up. So if you're wanting a sweatshirt, a coat, they have some really, really fun t-shirts. You can come on down to the fairgrounds and grab some of those and come watch some cattle runs, some sheep runs. You can also get lunch. The 4-H club, they're still doing breakfast burritos right now, but you can also come and later they'll have hamburgers and also the corn dog. We call her the corn dog lady. We don't know who she is. It might not even be a lady, but we call her the corn dog lady. She's here with her corn dog. So, well, not her corn dog. I couldn't think of the word. She's here with her corn dog booth or trailer, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, come on down and grab some food. Come watch. It's not, I will tell you, like, I'm going to be honest, it's not like super warm, but it's warm enough. So, yep, get some hot chocolate too. I just grabbed some and it's really good. So that'll warm your hands up. So she's sitting at a 5-minute right now going into this sort. So gets him in there nicely. Nice. That first one through. So now she just needs to get those other two. So yeah, you don't want to push your dog too far ahead on those cattle. There we go. Nice job. Nice job for Cindy and MISR Tux.
Campbell and MISR Tux, both points at the time of 5:35.
5:35.
Chance Horrocks and Sage, followed by Brian Jacobs and Finn's Elwood.
So we've talked about this earlier, the Apex Ranch Legends, they're having their summer auction. It starts June 22nd at 8 a.m. and it ends at 7 p.m. on June 24th. There's 5 dogs that they're selling on there. We've had the chance to watch Reba twice now, and each run that
3 times. I watched her on sheep like yesterday.
Oh, you got to see her on sheep.
Yep, she did a great job on
so
sheep.
So she well-rounded. I mean, yeah. So jump on there. They have some information about it. There's a couple other videos on each of the dogs. So if you're looking for another ranch dog, or you want one to start off with trialing, or if you just need a good dog that you can work your cattle or sheep with, jump on there, apexranchlegends.com, and you can start bidding on that. Like I said, June 22nd is when it opens.
Which I believe is this Thursday.
Thursday, okay.
I think it goes Thursday to Saturday.
And speaking of, here is Chance with his other dog, Sage. Another pretty red dog. Gets him through the fetch nicely. That was a fast one.
Yeah, got him picked up and heading through. And these cattle on a trot, but looking pretty darn manageable type trot. Nobody's getting excited about anything.
I was going to say, that's a huge thing right there, is if when you have them on a trot, is it a controlled trot, or is it one that they could just... Oh. There you go.
Nice. That saved him quite a bit with that black calf.
That did. But now they're kind of in that tough.
Yeah. And a little tough part right here is Sage is keeping her eye on this black cow on the outside. And
there you go.
Hopefully she can just keep.
Nice.
Good job. Nice patience on here. Chance keeping it together.
Very cool. It's a loud helicopter that's flying by. That was great. That could have gone a couple different ways, but Chance did a great job.
Doing a good job. Just keeping it calm and easy.
Yep. And again, with these younger dogs, as you said, you had one that was out, and she was kind of focusing on that one. And
Chance was able to keep Sage focused on over on the cattle that he needed out of that.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to watch this front one. She's gonna head out that side right there. Oh, good recovery.
Nice.
And that gets a little difficult, and she's still standing next to that opening, which she is probably gonna want to try and go through. Oh, good job.
Nice job. Now if those other two will just follow.
Yeah. And that gets a little hairy right there for Chance.
Yeah.
Trying to those guys are getting sped up or a little bit apart from each other, I mean.
Yeah. You have a little bit different
speed. That heifer in the
speed.
front is definitely okay with some speed to them, and these two are like, I don't think we want to keep up with you.
They're like taking toddlers on a hike. They're going to drag their feet.
Yeah.
When they get a little bit tired.
Yeah, and so he's having to play catch up. He maintains the front where that front black calf has made it to, and then catch these volley calves up to her.
But in this sort, it might, if he can get that one in there first, he can let that one go as long as the other two are loaded.
Yep.
So he could play into that a little bit to where if he can get those other two loaded in there, let that first one go.
Yeah,
she wants to be by herself, let her go.
Yeah, and he
did do that.
Job.
Yep.
Now there again, Sage doing a good job of listening there and stopping. Yeah. He's got her in a nice spot right here. Good run for Chance and Sage.
Yes, that was a great run. So full points and unofficially a 3:04, but we'll listen in to see what.
Good job, Chance, Horrocks, and Sage. Full points in a time of 3:02.
3:02.
Aaron Jacobs and Evans Elwood. Up next, Buckman and Holland Ruger, followed by Trevor Machika and Rain.
Big thank you again, High Roller Angus, James Butler. Great competitor, great sponsor. Always excited to have him around and everything he does. He's got a really nice string of dogs that he's running quite a few, and does well with all of them. Next up, we got Brian Jacobs and Evans Elwood. He's part of this California crew that is coming up here, making it our most represented state.
So this dog I do know, so she is also in the futurity.
Elwood is a futurity dog also.
So Ivanka, the one that he ran prior to this, and Elwood, they are both in the futurity. So they'll be running Wednesday as well.
And I believe he's already ran these guys in sheep, and from what I remember, did really well.
This is what I remember this dog from yesterday. We couldn't decide what color she was.
Yeah.
Super pretty dog. I think of Elwood's off of Legally Blonde. That's why I thought it was a girl. But anyway, super cool dog.
I think that's pushing it, but
well, you know.
But yeah, nifty little color. Like I say, I'm still not. It almost looks gray.
Yeah.
He almost looks a little gray, but maybe he's just red and has sand on him. Maybe he's black and has sand on him. I don't know. Either way, doing a heck of a nice job getting into this second. And he's
going a little wide, but he's going to get there, get him turned. Again, this is kind of where it's ate up some time on these runs.
Yeah, but a nice turn and transition on there. to get them to peel back around and head out through that gap.
Oh, yeah. Nice job.
You can catch up to this one right here and start tucking her into this number 3. These panels being kind of tilted and being a little close in, you can almost bank them off of that a little easier.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing happened on this last run for Chance, but good job. Elwood was just out there enough to direct that front calf the whole time and keep these back ones in line.
I'd say that front one was looking like it wanted to go towards the left,
Yep.
but then decided not to, and it's kind of that lead. So those other 2 followed suit. So
Well, and a very similar group to our last group, as in one wanting to be out and lead, a couple of them not wanting to necessarily be as fast as the other ones.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like, I hate to jinx us, but I feel like since it stopped raining, these cattle are getting out and moving a little bit more easily than what, I mean, they were still moving easy, but it was kind of like, oh, I'm going to just stand here. And
Well,
they had a little bit more.
It is what cattle want to do,
Yeah.
or animals in general. When they're in the rain, they want to hold up and kind of just bow their backs and be there. And so
Nice job.
he's got that calf that really wanted to be out there. It's nice to have a calf like that.
Yep.
You can get him out of
Nice
there. Great
run.
job.
He'll get full points, and we'll listen for the time.
Full points and a time of 3:04.
Ooh, 3:04. We have quite a few that are just right in there.
Yeah,
We
right,
have
around that 3-minute mark.
So yeah, so
But Lincoln's still winning it with a 2:28.
he is. He's
Yeah.
still winning it with a 2:28. But then, and this is all unofficial. This is our numbers. Chance Horrocks is in second with a 3:02. Then we have Lincoln
No.
Rogers.
240.
Oh, a 2:4. I forgot about
Verona
the
and
2:40.
Stryker
Okay,
at a
so
240.
that's right, Verona. I forgot about that one. Anyway, so yeah, so she's in second. But then third, fourth, and fifth, we have a 3:02, a 3:03, and a 3:04.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just right there. So yeah, so Verona and Lincoln are in that 2-minute, 2:28 and a 2:40. So we're going to Buck Mendenhall and Ruger.
Buck calling for his cattle. They're coming out of Alpine, Utah.
Nice, pretty outrun. Gets right along the fence.
You see Ruger getting behind these cattle. He starts slowing down that stride.
You
So he
say, how
doesn't light
important
these
is
cattle
that that you want your dog to do as they're coming behind to pick up the cattle? That they slow down.
It once they start approaching, that's a very big deal. Yeah, because that's if they start increasing speed, they're obviously going to really push on these cattle, and that's not where we want to really be with them.
Gets them through the fetch nicely.
These guys just coming to the side of this opening right there. There he goes, gets Ruger over here just far enough. And he is loaded inside there. He's going to have to hustle him around. Good job. Ah, darn it.
You got one that just got turned a little too far. But so the other two are in there. So as long as he takes him back around.
No, so now they
Now
all
they're-
need to be
yep.
unloaded.
So now they're dirty. So now they,
But a nice thing right there where this calf came around
yeah.
and went back out this hole. It might not be too bad of a thing for it finding out where that is.
Yeah. I say, and it kind of kept the other two down here so that they didn't just.
Yeah. So if he can get these guys back in and going.
So send
he's gonna,
Ruger around.
Yeah. Good job, Ray. Yeah, Ruger getting just a little.
Mm-hmm.
He's just getting a little ahead of him.
Yep, you can tell him he's telling him back just so he'll kind of take that pressure off, but.
And he's gonna resend him on the outside of the pin here, I'll bet.
So you heard him say that'll do. That's kind of a sign. Okay, come back to me.
Just,
your job's done for a minute.
Him.
Yep, just to reset, which was a great idea.
Yep. Now he's going to give Ruger the command, and he's in a good spot. Good job.
Yep, Buck helped him out right there and kind of walked to the back.
Decision. Nope. Darn it, and
that's a hard thing for these young dogs. They.
Well, and it's just this is just it. I mean, this is a younger dog who is where Buck is standing. This dog is just trying to bring cattle to him.
Yep.
And he is prone to go to the head, and as that calf's moving off, he's trying to get to the front.
Yep. There he gets him.
To stop that.
Good job.
But again, good job making it through there.
That was a good thing to call him to him. He reset for a minute, and then he was able to get him through 2. Headed to 3.
Yeah, and Buck's going to have to watch it.
Oh, that last one. I talked about this earlier. Sometimes you get this group, and they're all moving together, and at that last second, it just slices to the side.
Yeah, well, and it's a hard thing there. They were playing a little to the outside.
Yep.
Of that arena. And then all of a sudden at the last minute you're too far to the inside of the arena.
Well, we lost that third one. I didn't know quite where he's at, but it's coming back this way.
She's just hanging.
So just working on getting. And I guess that, for me, that's kind of the frustrating part, is that as you're out here, and once they do it once, these cattle, they're going to try it again because they know.
They're looking for that, for that path. I think a smart thing for Buck right here would be just get these guys together and just let them sit for just a second.
Yep.
And the closer to the front of that obstacle he can do it, the better. So just, I say, a little bit of the inexperience of the dog. He's kind of flanked inside him a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be a really good idea to just grab these two, bring him back to his other calf, and just let him stand right there for a second. Just take a breather, and then start back up again.
Yeah, and we've seen that. We've seen that yesterday a little bit, and we've seen that today too. Is when they get separated, it's oftentimes easier to bring those other two to the one.
Yep. Yeah, I think just a stop and a pause right here would be a great thing for these cattle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's good decision right there. I think that's a good decision to hold that up right there and just give them a minute.
Yep. So he's sitting at about a 5:30, so he can make up some time right here, but it's kind of getting down to the wire.
Yeah, and he's got him on a nice trot.
Yep.
All things looking, he should be able to make it around this number 4 obstacle. I don't know that he's got enough time to get this sort loaded.
No.
Darn it, a little bit.
But he does
a little long on time,
4.
but he got through 4, so he should be a 1:35, I believe. In a time of 6 minutes.
Yep.
Next
up, 150 is what he made it to.
Followed by Lincoln Rogers and H.R. Jan, Ray Temple, and
So again, if you're just joining us, we're in the Loyal Life Arena. We have the Nursery Cattle Round 1 going on. Down in the Plaid Perks Arena, we have the Intermediate Sheep Round 1 going on as well. You can jump on and listen or watch that one as well.
And all brought to us by our sponsor, Nutrina. You can check them out, nutrinaworld.com/loyallife for this Loyal Life version of that. They also have different levels to their feed. This is talking on their pet food side. They have the true blend. They have the Loyal Life blend, and then they have an arena down here for the Plaid Perks that is programmed to get you some points for buying product and feed. All right, next up we've got Trevor Motichka and FF Rain.
So he had a smoke and run earlier with Storm.
With Storm, yeah. That Storm, a dog I really, really like. This is the first time I have not seen Rain.
Do you think he did that on purpose, Rain and Storm?
Yeah, I'll bet. And they possibly very well could be litter mates or something similar.
Yeah. So yeah, he had a 336, I believe, with his Storm dog. So we'll see how he can.
Yeah, and
Rain.
This looks like a short-haired, not a tricolor. At least I'm not seeing any. But I bet you they're probably litter mates. They're looking awful similar.
Yeah, I was gonna say they do.
Really nice style. A good look to him so far.
Just snuck past him.
Yeah, so he's gonna re-gear up right here and make up a new plan.
So this is kind of a hard thing. We haven't seen a lot of them come to this backside, but what's the best direction you would go in if you were out there and getting them to so where they can see this opening?
So that is one thing. They've got to get a little ways away from the pen again to be able to start seeing that opening. I think really what you've got to look at is where the position of your dog is from where they left, and what's the most efficient way to get them there.
Yeah.
And so it looks like right here he's going to just pop these guys back out this opening. He's going to have to clear all of them and then send his dog.
Yep.
And get them all geared up. Thing is that these cattle have got onto a little bit of a trot here. And
this is where earlier when we were talking about sometimes it's a good thing to have them on that trot, and sometimes
it depends where.
Yeah.
And I guess we talk about a trot and the speed and everything else, but it's all relative to where these are and how these cattle are reacting.
Mm-hmm.
You see this kind of white-faced one, a little head up and kind of just trotting and just wanting to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And that's when it becomes kind of a tough.
Yeah.
A tough spot for these cattle to be in is they're trotty and they're not really looking to be directed. They're just looking
out,
to trot.
But gets them through there.
Yeah, got them through there. And then the nice part is they're on a trot, so they do cover a lot of ground. So if that was a slower situation, it didn't eat up as much time.
No, it didn't.
And it looks like he's got them on a good.
Watch that in one. Oh,
yeah,
and they're going to go straight through there. Nice.
That's that white-headed calf right there.
Yep.
Taking the lead and heading them off. Which in this situation, it becomes a very usable quality to have in that calf.
Well, and he's keeping Rain back just a little bit to let him, get out there and do what they need to without putting that pressure on to maybe separate him more.
Rain getting them through that number 4. They got turned a little bit right there. You see this white-headed calf just out on a trot, not really, wasn't really looking for anything, but good thing these other two led her in here. And if he'll let these guys just filter through, oh darn, he's got one that turned around.
She turned back around, so maybe
Well, he's got Storm off there to that side, and she turned around and seen that dog there.
This one's going to come through here. Again, you have to have that first one go through.
And this is a tough thing. This is this white-headed calf right here, and she's just looking to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And that's a great job, Rain, keeping that thing turned back around.
If he could get that one to
go. A
go.
lot of times that doesn't end that well. So
no,
great
that was
thing
good, yeah.
And he's
nice
got him turned around there. Good job.
Full
Getting
points.
it done full points in about a 4:20-ish.
All right, that was Trevor and Rain. 4 points at the time of 4:19.
4:19.
Yeah, 4:19. So Apex Ranch Legends stock dog sales. Jump on there, apexranchlegends.com. Sale going on this weekend. Starting bidding on the 22nd. Going to finish that up on the 24th. They do a real good job. They have a few sales that go on through the year. If you're needing to consign a dog, get a hold of them. Get them a great place. Probably a really good place to get them marketed this time. This, I guess, in this world that we live in now, the sales going to these online sales and things like that is a thing that is happening. And Apex Ranch Legends doing a great job with that. So if you need to sell a dog, get a hold of them. If you need to buy a dog, get a hold of them. We got Reba of Chance Horrocks that is here competing.
I will say, though,
doing a good job, and she is consigned in that sale.
Yes. So if you do decide to bid, be careful, because don't have the Tyson syndrome of click, click, click. Oh, shoot, I bid too much. Then I didn't know I went that high.
Do not listen to her. Talk to Apex Ranch. They will say the same thing. Just click. Just bid. It's only money.
I feel like
it's only money. It's only money, and then you have a friendship that can last a lifetime. What dollar value can you put on a friendship and a working partner for the rest of your life? There's no dollar value for that. So you just click the bid button. That's my advice. Just click bid.
Just click it. Okay, Lincoln's back in.
You only live once.
You only live. There you go. Apex Ranch Legends.
Buy
you
the
only
dog.
live once. Buy a dog.
Go bid on Reba.
Yes.
Lincoln Rogers, HR Jan.
Lincoln's already had 2 busy days.
Yeah, he's got quite a few dogs here, and all of the dogs looking really nice.
Yes.
And the way he's shaping these things up, he's probably going to have a long weekend coming into the championship rounds too.
Oh yeah. So we do 2 rounds of cattle, 2 rounds of sheep, and that determines our top 20 dogs that will go in for Friday and Saturday for the finals.
For finals, correct.
Yes. So that's when you'll have the top of the top. They will be in the finals Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, and things get a little more hairy there. These guys, we're round 1. Yesterday was round 1. Today's round 1. That I believe it finishes up the first rounds of all these.
Today, yep.
Today. And so the name of the game right now is kind of taking what it gives you.
Wait, I have to pause you. So he was barely at a minute inning out of that second obstacle.
Yeah, he's cruising right along. And Jan's looking really, really nice.
I was going to say, I just happened to glance over at the clock and I was like, holy cow. So continue, but I just had to he's only at a minute and he was going into 3.
Oh, he's got a little tough luck right there, don't it?
So yeah, the finals on Friday and Saturday, even though you might be sitting pretty in that top 20, anything can happen. And we've seen it happen before, and it comes down to seconds. It comes down to tie times. There's so many things that go into factor. So it's anyone's game on those last 2 days for those final rounds.
Yeah, that it is. So that's the fun of the championship round. It gets a little heated. It gets really exciting, and it gets pretty darn fun. And one good run could really seal the deal for maybe somebody coming in one of the lower spots.
Yep. Very good job. Took a little bit longer. They were wanting to go out that left-hand side, but they're fanning out just a little bit from each other.
Yeah, but nothing. The thing that's looking about Jan is, maybe she might get out of position. She's a little out of position right here.
Mm-hmm.
But that dog's fast enough that you're only seconds away from being back in position.
Oh, yeah. Which that amazes me as well, some of these dogs, how fast they can cover ground.
Yes. Yeah, and Jan is one of these that moves. There's some dogs that
you gotta
look
watch.
like they're running fast,
Yes.
and they are running fast. And then there's some dogs that
Oh, that was
perfect.
perfect.
And again, Lincoln managing that to where
Yes.
that front cattle can't come out until those other two are fully in,
Yeah.
according to tail heads.
Yep.
It's tail heads in, tail heads out, and he managed that
He
great.
did it, yeah.
And put up a good 3-0 something, or maybe 2 something.
And full points with a time of 2:55.
255.
Ray Temple and RC.
So Lincoln coming in here, and this is one of the advantages of running multiple dogs, is you get multiple experiences on the same course. And
Yep.
you know, once you get out there, and our bird's eye vision is different than what the arena floor's vision is, and once you get out there and see it and experience it, you can make some better situations for yourself.
Yeah, so Lincoln currently right now unofficially is holding the first and third spot, and we have Verona in second with a 240. So winning time is a 228.
Unofficially.
Unofficially. Yeah, don't take it. Yes. According to our
us.
unofficial times. But Lincoln's in the lead with a 228, Verona's in there with a 240, and then Lincoln is in there with a 255. So
Yeah, looking
fast times.
Yeah, I was gonna say this maturity class, or sorry, nursery classes, to be in the top end of this, you got to be pretty dang quick today.
Yep.
And it's kind of slowly just build up to that, honestly.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's just all of a sudden we're talking about 2-minute runs. So we got Ray Temple and his dog RCC Gin coming from Lexington, Oregon. Really pretty red dog again in here.
I know. There's been a lot of red dogs
Yeah,
today.
there's been some pretty good looking red dogs. Ray calls for his cattle. Got one coming just on the outside of that number 4 obstacle. And then this is pretty nice. If you're going to have them split up, hopefully the lead cattle can go through the right direction.
Yes.
And it looks like she's going to trot down here and walk straight inside this pen too.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Now
So
here's where
here's
it gets
his
a little
tough
tricky
part.
though. Oh,
He
yep,
needs
yep,
to get
yep,
a
yep.
good job.
Oh shoot. But just go ahead and reload her if you can.
Yeah, if she'll.
Well, that one's going to come back out. Yeah.
So this is just where Ray's going to need to get them put back together. I'm a really big believer in giving those cattle just a couple of seconds to regroup and be together here for just a second.
Yep.
It'll cost you a few seconds, but it might save you a whole run.
Yeah. And again, we've talked about this before, is you go in with a plan, and as soon as that plan doesn't go according, being flexible and being able to take a couple
He's going
of
to
seconds.
need to send this dog around because she's just going to do the same thing.
Yep. Now she knows where that opening is. That's where she's going to look for every time.
Well, and she just drug through that second calf right there.
Third one's going to go the right way. Well,
Now,
maybe
hopefully, with a little bit of luck for Ray right here, maybe this one will hold up. And maybe keep these two. So these guys not having any issue getting inside there.
No.
This time they did though.
Yeah, this time they're just circling.
And she's really found this edge. I think a smart move in Ray not letting them continue that out right there.
Yeah.
Just finally blocking that off and saying, "No, this is not actually a place for you to be." And if they'll continue, oh, good. Now send Jen around.
There we go. But again, like you said.
See,
now
nice move right here.
Yes.
Nice move. Oh darn it, he's gonna get this
that
one.
one is just.
And she's going to want to come. I think Ray needs to stop up there and stop her.
The other one's hanging in there. I mean.
Yeah, these guys are holding still, but
then you have that
right here.
Yep.
See, now these two know the kind of the drill of. Well, we just go around this way, and this is where we go.
Yeah, they're hanging out right there. They're just not.
Yeah.
And again, that's a lot of ground to cover, a lot of openings to cover.
Good decision right here. I think with these guys, just letting them hold up, if he can, is just let him hold up. Good job. He's going to get him here.
Yep, now he's going to hustle over there.
Good job. I like the stepping.
I do too, yeah.
Well, and that's one thing we haven't seen yet this year because we're ending on the sorts. We haven't really had the option of an out gate.
Seen the famous walks yet.
So we have not seen the shuffles.
I hope they're coming.
Got him looking in the right direction here. Ray's.
Yep.
I feel like Ray's going to get this thing zipped up finally.
Yep. I feel like I might have to mention that to Steve and say, hey, we need an out gate. We need the shuffles.
So a great thing right there that sometimes, and
there we go.
Yeah, that's just giving that cow just a minute.
Yep.
And again, we all would like to see some pressure right there. I guess
and
I'm a big proponent of it.
Through. Oh,
but sometimes that's not our best interest.
Oh, that one's going to split and go through.
Oh,
dang it.
Gosh darn. Just these guys are getting a little too spread out. They have too much time to kind of look elsewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to manage, and then you're going to end up with this situation where it's just a chase around a circle. There we go. Again, coming up on a little bit of time right here.
Yeah.
There we go.
So if you guys are wanting to jump on, I believe the novice cattle is going on down in the True Arena.
A little tough luck there for him, trying to manage all those outside edges. Took up a little bit too much time, but great job. Good try for Ray Temple and RCC Gin.
All right, Ray Temple and RCC Gin with 90 points. Next up, Mike Thompson and Curley, followed by Johnny Teachin and Afton, Michael Bartlett and
Mill Iron S Ranch, working border collies. You need puppies, started dogs, training clinics, anything cattle dogs, trials, all that.
Not just cattle dogs. We cannot forget.
Oh, that's true.
They have some way cute basset hounds.
That they do. Some really. So maybe they should change that to Mill Iron S Ranch basset hounds.
Basset hounds.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk to Sherry about that.
Yeah, they need to make that change.
If you want to see a cute puppy, the basset hound puppies are so cute. But yeah, they have a little bit of everything. They put on a lot of trials as well. Just great people.
Besides being the president and on the board here,
I don't know
for the
how.
NSSA.
I don't know how they do all the things that they do. I swear they have
they
like
have got
double,
a lot of irons in the fire.
They have to have twins somewhere that we don't know about that just
run.
Yeah, but they do an amazing job at everything that they do.
Yep, and sometimes Stockton, he just kind of gets in the way here and there. Stockton's commentating down here. I had to say
so if you
something
want,
about
if
him.
you want to hear some good commentating, jump onto the
Stockton. You can hear him. He's down here with Elliot Roberts on the True Arena.
Yep, doing the novice cattle. So that's a fun one to watch as well. Those
Yep.
are the beginner handlers. Yeah, and we
Well,
can-
less experienced
less
handlers.
experience,
Is,
yeah. And also, if you want to come see the beautiful Star Valley, you can come visit anytime. There's 4 seasons. I'm still deciding on
Yeah,
that.
you can come play in our backyard, but not my backyard.
Yeah.
Not my
You
backyard.
can come play at the fairgrounds. How about that for this week? So, and also, so Saturday, the town of Afton, it's their Freedom Festival. And so they have a whole day lined up. I believe they have a 5K run in the morning. They have a pancake breakfast. There's a cornhole tournament. They're going to have some bouncy houses and vendors on Main Street. That night, they're going to have a dance. So it's great that it coincides with this week, because we're also having the family day here at the fairgrounds. So you can go visit them. You can come over here. Ours is completely free, the bouncy houses and everything, and I believe on Main Street it will be that way as well. So just a fun overall day on Saturday. It will be the finals. It's always a fun thing. The junior handlers will be running on Saturday as well. They wait all week. They get the moment of spotlight on Saturday, and it's going to be awesome to watch.
So we got Mike Thompson and Curly up here from Hobbs, New Mexico. Mike taking just a minute and getting Curly set up here and make sure he understands and knows where he's looking. Curly is off and running. So all right, Mike's got him down here into his number 2 obstacle, and he is out and through that. Curly getting just a little bit too far out in front. He's going to get him back here behind these guys. There we go. Good job keeping Curly on those shorter flanks. He doesn't need him to get all the way to the head. That's a really tough thing for these these nursery dogs. Even some older dogs, that's a tough deal on those driving away situations and just needing to go out on a short flank. See Curly backed up clear into that corner. Bring him around that number 4 obstacle there. Mike's sitting at a 2:24. He's got a good time going, him and Curly. If he can keep these guys on this nice, good, steady move and keep some flow through this big square sort and load right here, or I should say load and sort. If he can kind of keep them moving that way. There we go. Mike getting a little down this edge right here. He's got a little ways to travel to stop that. He's up there in a good position though now. Just needs that Bronco face there to completely commit to it. Maybe this black calf will do it. Ashton just getting snuck out that third opening. That's if you're sitting there looking, there's 3 openings. There's only a handler and his dog. It means you have to leave something open. Just in that case to where they found that back opening. Now, a little bit of a tough thing here. Once they come back out that back edge, this felt like a dead end to them, and so hopefully that this sort is big enough, or this pin is big enough, that they are loading in there really nice again. And let's see, now we got this one to commit. That's what we were hoping happened the first time. Now he just needs some movement and some momentum. There we go. Great job, Mike Thompson. And Curly getting fish up at 4 minutes, 8 seconds, somewhere right around in there. But also Mike Thompson, really great sponsor that we have here. Windmill Stock Dogs, I believe, is what Mike Thompson's stock dog side of things are. He's got some great dogs, great guy. You need anything that direction, give him a call. So next up, we've got Joni Tejan and Afton. Kind of a really nifty story on this dog right here. So we have a benefit auction that takes place, part of the MSSA, that goes into the scholarship fund for kids to be able to put into and receive some scholarship money. This dog was donated and sold in that auction about 2 years ago, roughly. And this dog was donated, sold, and on that premises they named her Afton. And now she is here and ready to run her year in her year trial. I believe she is a futurity dog this year. I believe she was donated by Jessen Stock Dogs. And this is a Walker Grace. Those of you listening in know that cross and the backing behind it. And she is looking excellent here. Joni Tejan running her and got her into her second obstacle right here. And she is in the pen and rolling at just right at 1 minute. Now this one looking a little out right here. Nice job right there, not letting her come too far out of there. Again, we're talking tail heads on the barrier of when we're talking cattle being in or out of an obstacle. It's not their heads or their body, it's their tail heads. So when we're loading something in, it is not loaded until a tail head is in. And it's not exited until these tail heads are out. Great handle here on Afton by Joni, and working her way through number 2. She's got this one calf getting out and lead right here. So taking just a minute, getting in kind of this open area right here in this dead center of the arena. Just trying to get them turned around and directed in the right direction. She's got this one that would like to lead off and go, and two that just want to kind of hold up and hang back. So she's got a couple of edges of this whole group that she's needing to take care of, but Afton's got plenty speed and zip to get there. Joni's got this one that's just hanging back, staying on the other end away from these other two. I got a good job getting this one back to these other two. Now she's going to go pick up these two and she's got this one that's just gonna outspeed these other two. Good job getting her tucked over and in that. She's got a little bit of a space here that she's working the front end and the back end, but then watching to the left. Good job getting it all put back together and getting through her number 3 obstacle here. Joni, just knowing that dog has been down there towards the end, she gets her down there and in between the arena side. Oh, she's going to run out of time. Doing a good job there, Joni Tejan and Afton. Next up here, we got Mike Bartlett and Sis MB. This is a dog that Mike raised himself. One of my favorite dogs here, actually. I really like Sis. I really like Matt. Really like Mike, too. Jeez. Most of the time, anyway. Great job getting these guys picked up and right down here. These guys are looking straight in this opening right here. If Mike can get around, great job. Mike was trying to keep those cattle moving up just a little bit right there. Needs to get her. There we go. Oh, darn it, which will work just all right. Now he's back in action again. He needs to send Sis over here. That darn calf is gonna. He's found a way out, and Mike's gonna need to get these guys put back together here. Be kind of a nice thing if these two will hold up, and if this one will look over towards him that he's trying for here. Mike's walking over there to get this calf. Mike takes care of one. There he goes. He's got him looking in the right direction. I would probably, if I was Mike, I would send this dog right now because this white-faced calf is going to head there. Yeah, he's gone already. Yeah, that calf knows that opening and has been through there a couple of times now. Oh, it's just getting a little over there, putting him through this other opening right here. So he's going to gather these guys back up, put them back out of this. One of the problems that's going to happen right here is these guys are going to take off straight down the arena now. And he's got to hustle Sis around there and get this bally face tied up here. Which these guys have not been an issue to load. It's been really good to load in this obstacle. Doing a little acrobatics there. There, if he can. There we go. Now he's going to need send. Oh, there we go. Great job, Mike, taking his. Hopefully these two, if these two walk out right here, should be good and completed on 2. There we go. He's good and completed on 2, so he'll. Looks like he's going to take these 2, move them out just a little bit, and go pick up this other bally-faced calf. Or bronco face, I guess. Get him put back together and work his way over to this number 3 obstacle. Needing to get around on away command. It needs him to come off there just a little bit. Oh, a little too far though. This guy's getting out and trotting just a little more than what Mike's probably wanting him to trot. A little tight on this. Oh, one just ducking right there. He's going to bring him back around. Probably needs to send her. Get her up and send her. That's those cattle right there, if you notice, kind of lost contact with where that dog was, and as she flanked around, finally they seen him, kind of excited him up just a little bit there, and this one just going to dip it out too. That's such a tough deal, getting them brought back around and just getting that nose outside the panel. All right, good job. Be a good idea just to let them be for just a second. Let them hold up, and then let Sis start going to work again. Great job. Doing a good job calming them down right there. I think that just made up a lot right there for Mike. We'll see if he can push them out of here. And traditionally, these guys are going to want to pick up to a trot and head out right here. But hopefully, Mike's counting down. He's at a 550. They need to kind of hustle up and keep on that hustle, hopefully to get his points on number 4. Oh, really, really close. Looks like he's going to run out of time right there before he got to number 4. I think he's going to have 135 points. Now 135 in 6 minutes. Next up, we got Dennis Bisnet and Candy. You can see our rundown right there. James Butler and Glenn, Irby Chandler and Nan, Sonny Mahern and Sis, Dwayne Hurleman and SD Skid. It's a dog I haven't seen of Dwayne Hurleman's. XP Ranch Photography. These guys have been running and taking pictures since 1991. Never thought I'd really say this, but 1991 was a while ago. Country Vet Naturals. Good high quality dog food. It's a dog food we feed. Really like it. Good results with it. Thank you to our 2023 Champion Buckle sponsors. These are the Champion Buckles. So Red Baron Drive-In here in Afton, Arizona National, Sheer Bless, JB Waterwell, Alpine Animal Clinic in Chubbuck, Idaho, Vantage Plus Federal Credit Union. We sure can. We've got a lot of really great sponsors. And you can't put on an event like this without great sponsors, and we sure have a lot of them. Next up here we've got Dennis Bisnet.
And it looks like Candy.
Yep, Dennis Bisnet and Candy.
Having a little trouble finding those stock to start off with. There she sees them. Gets around them nicely.
There we go. Candy's got on the back side of him right here. Starting to work him here towards the fetch. See these little puddles of water that are creeping up on us. She just tracked through one here.
And they don't look deep, but they're deep.
Yeah, and it is plenty of water. There's quite a bit in those tracks out there, and just kind of sloshing around. But these cattle milling around just a little bit. Not quite seeing this opening right here. There we go. One's going to pull him in.
Nice.
And he's going to hustle Candy around. There we go, and tuck him right in there. That one
one is watching.
Yeah, she was looking
There we
other
go.
places. Nice job, though. Then he's going to start shaping them right here. Good job. start shaping them up for this number 3 obstacle. Not wanting to get in. He needs to stay over this way a little bit, but not so close that they go to the side of this white-faced one. Is
I'd say it might be the first one that tries.
There we
go.
Now he's got to get off here to the left.
Oh, shoot. They
Not
were just
quite.
in line with that.
Yeah, not
that
quite
way.
getting there to get that opening sewn up so they couldn't get through there. But
So if you want to visit the Mountain State Stock Dog Association Facebook page, Sherry, who's in charge of the clothing, well, she's over pretty much everything as well. Her is Steve and Jeannie, but she has clothing listed on Facebook. So if you're wanting to purchase something and you're not going to be able to come down here, you can go ahead and message her and she can get it sent out to you. So super cool option to do.
yeah, this.
Oh, that one is just wanting to go.
Yeah,
Come on.
this one.
Oh, there we go.
Great! Just now getting out there, stopping that hole over there.
Yep.
Nice.
That was
Sometimes it's nice to just be lucky, and that
Yep.
heifer, thankfully, just he needs to
Yep.
get her back here on this side
to get them
There.
turned.
and not.
Oh, yep.
darn it.
See? That's the first one we've seen go that way today.
We've seen a few go that way while you've been out and about.
Out and
but
about.
So he's going to bring him back around and try this obstacle again. Candy just holding up a couple of times on some of these commands and just not quite getting her in place for.
Well, and again, we have to remember these are the younger dogs. The nursery dogs are
These
2
are
and
young dogs, yep.
younger. So this is great experience for them.
And I don't know, but I believe this is probably Candy's, whether she's in the futurity or not. I'm pretty sure this is Candy's first year trialing here. So, so not a lot of experience, I would imagine, on this dog yet either.
That one cow has the Phantom of the Opera markings.
Yeah, and that's.
There you go.
Oh, good
now
job! Just
send her
getting there now.
around.
Now he's got to get a come by right here.
Oh, right there.
Oh, and she
She just went a little too wide.
yeah, just a little too far out there.
So sitting at a 427.
Yeah, so he's got time to keep working on this.
That's a hard one.
Needs
when
to
you're
get her, send her on the A command, and there we go. Start.
bringing them back in.
Yeah, because these cattle here they've seen this outside edge, and she's looking for it again.
Yep.
And he needs to get Candy over there.
There
good
you go.
job. Now she's in a good spot right there. If he can
There
not
we go.
get her too far in front of these guys, needs to get her back here, and then.
Oh, shoot.
This group of cattle are just using every exit and entry on this whole obstacle right here that they can, other than the right one.
Yep.
And he's had parts of them through that right one, and so he's going to bring him back out. And
She does get nice and wide out and around the
yeah,
cattle. She doesn't cheat it.
She does. She's not a dog that crashes on those.
No.
Getting a little too much pressure right there in a spot that Dennis
Yeah.
probably didn't really want it, but just running out
Yeah.
of time there.
You're going to end up with 90 points.
90 points.
Okay, we're going to run 2 more dogs up here, and then we're going to take a break to reload cattle. So James Butler and Glenn, and then Irby and Nan. Then we're going to take about a 15-minute break to reload cattle.
Okay, I don't know if you guys
See
could
you
hear
guys
that
now.
or not, but we're going to run
James
2
Butler
dogs,
and Glenn.
and then we're going to take a short break so that they can reset cattle. And then, so it'll be about 15 minutes, and then we'll be back on air. But huge thank you to our stock setters. Holy cow. They keep things very busy and things moving behind the scenes. And we couldn't do it without them. They're out here in the rain, in the mud, moving cattle, and they also have the sheep that they're taken care of as well. So huge thank you to them. We're back with, oh, not quite yet. Now we're back.
Next, we're coming up with
It's like
James.
magic when you
Yeah.
start talking.
James Butler and Glenn. This is a dog I really, really, really like. I think pretty cool dog here. James does a really good job handling him.
Yep.
Calling for his cattle, and Glenn is off and on the move.
Super fast dog to get
Yep.
behind there.
Yeah, he gets to where he needs to be and starts bringing cattle.
Yep, gets him lined up for that fetch.
Yeah. When he's getting just a little bit ahead right there.
Nice job through the fetch.
And that's James got him looking in the right direction right here. Gonna have to get, there we go. That Brockle face stepped up just in time to take the whole group in there.
Nice. Now
Glenn's
getting
gonna
him
need to-
turned. Yeah.
A little bit of pressure right at the start of that James really was hoping not to have. Got him there in the right spot.
Those cattle, I mean, they stopped right at that perfect time that he had time to get.
But something to be said about this dog, and there's a lot of conversation to be had about that. But he was in position, and they didn't continue towards him. There's an intensity there on that that can stop cattle.
Oh wait, oh yep, now it's out. I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
so he's gonna have to recycle him right here. Just got a little bit. A nose on the wrong side.
Oh, I don't know if you can hear that or not, but the rain.
Did the rain?
I think it's rain. Just started raining again. Yep.
I don't think
Yep,
it did.
you can see it in the puddles out there towards the middle of the arena.
It's not doing it down here on this end of the arena.
Well, it is down here.
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, so we got some rain that just started up right here. James got him in a pretty good position right here to get this one completed, though.
Yeah, that
just,
front cow
just
is
needs
watching.
him to move. And the hard part is oh, darn
shoot.
it. He's going to go gather these guys back up.
Yep. Again, they have good movement going into it, and then right there, they just kind of get stuck a little bit and sticky. And
Well, the longer that they hold up and they have to retry this, the stickier these cattle will be, because it confuses them a little bit more and more.
Yeah.
As to where they should be, and so it's a tough thing to have to try this over and over again. He's going to get it done this time, though, it looks like. So, ooh. Glenn almost got a little bit too far out there. Glenn's got him on a good move right here. And good job right there. And he's in a nice spot to... That spot right there, it was enough to keep him off the left side of that pen, keeping him working all the way straight through. Yeah, it's a little tough to see, but it's actually raining pretty good right at the moment. It's actually kind of been threatening this hole for quite a while. Now just finally getting to us. These guys getting out and trotting there. There we go. If these guys can keep this kind of momentum through here, James is going to have to watch this to this side. Just needing one to step up. There we go. And that, James got just a little. And it's putting it down now, really. Really good right now for a minute. There we just needs one. He's got all three heads right there. That's the hard part is, there, James gets Glenn backing away.
This is kind of that rubber band effect you were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, it's all meeting up into a really big pressure cooker situation right here. Yeah, he just needs one to.
There you go.
There he's got it. Now he's got to get Glenn backing around.
Very good job.
Ate up a little bit of time, but good part is he got finished full points. He's going to be around a 5:17. So great job for James and Glenn. Darn it, having to use a little bit of patience right there, but
yeah,
getting it all done.
But got it done.
So we're going to have one more handler in here, and we're going to have a break afterwards. So this is going to be Irby, Chandler, and Nan. And then they're going to start shifting some cattle for a minute. This rain lightening up just a little bit here from what it was a second ago.
Yeah, it just kind of came in quietly and got pretty heavy there for a minute.
Irby's going to throw his hand in the air and calling for his cattle.
I feel like Irby's kind of a celebrity here at the finals.
Yep. I believe I'm pretty sure nobody's passed him yet, but Irby's our most eldest handler here.
Yep.
But Irby always coming in with some really nice dogs. And this is a nice young dog that he's got coming here.
So last year, he was the oldest, and Stockton White was the youngest. But this year, Irby's the oldest, and Sam White is the youngest. He's participating in the novice class. So Irby's still holding on to that
top
spot.
Position.
Yep.
Now, we were talking earlier about rate. That whole chain from the lift down through the fetch there and coming down to number 2, that is a great rate from a dog coming all the way down that arena. Just keeping the pace of those cattle, but keeping those cattle moving. And then you see the speed that Nan picks up right there.
Mm-hmm.
Irby's gonna get over there and block this hole right here. And send her there on a come by. He's needing to get her all the way around though. Good job.
Turns it.
Which is sometimes that's a mistake that a lot of people make, is not sending your dog far enough.
Yeah.
You're stopping it just short, getting just to a shoulder, and not getting that.
Yeah.
Getting that extra few steps to change the direction in the right way, but you get them to shoot past you instead.
yeah, Irby, they did a great job at that.
Sounds like we're picking up a little bit of the.
I was gonna say we can hear some
little bit of
sheep
the
on there.
sheepering
We
on
do
there.
not have any sheep in the grandstands.
I did hear somebody whistling at me and telling me I'm looking good today. At least ways through our headsets
Yeah,
we can
through
hear
our
that. I
headsets.
don't know if we can
That
hear
was
it on
kind of
the-
throwing me off a little bit. I was like, why am I hearing sheep? But
And somebody just timed out right there.
yep. So yeah, we're picking up some. We don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but we were just picking up some of the. So if you're hearing
Irby,
sheep,
meanwhile,
or
Irby, he's got these red cattle headed to the side out here.
he's got to send.
Yeah, he's going to be a little too late.
Shoot.
So he's just going to cycle these guys back around. There we go. Got one on the outside still right here. These guys, just a really nice, calm group of cattle right here. There we go. Now he's got them picked up in.
See that right here.
Irby's into his sort. He's going to get one to step out here. Great job. He's got to watch that back hole there. He's got one out. He's got this one hanging out. Oh, there we go. It's seeing the opening. Nice, good, calm run there for Irby. He's going to get him sent out with a 5:18.
Irby Chandler remained at full points in a time of 5:17. All right, we're going to take a break until after the open sheep handlers meeting. So it'll probably be, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. 30 minutes maybe. Go have lunch if you need to.
From playful pups to cuddly kittens, Loyal Life Super Premium Pet Food makes it easy to choose the product that's just right for your pet's life stage. Every pet has their own special nutritional needs, and we've got the super premium option your family's best friend deserves.
It's the Mountain States Stock Dog Association National Finals. We're going to be taking about a half-hour break here as they move cattle, and also they're going to be doing a handlers meeting. So just so you know, we'll be ending this stream. You can watch this again at YouTube. Just search for Mountain States Stock Dog Association on YouTube. You can rewatch all of these at your leisure. But this will be ending, and we'll be picking up again about a half hour from now, probably about, I would say probably about 11:50 Mountain Time. So anyway, hope you enjoyed the broadcast, and we will see you soon.